Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, April 25th, 2024, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $ORIONNWSF or the YouTube Super Chat right here. Let's go, baby. NFL Draft 2024, round number 1. We're going to be here for the next 4 hours plus. And I can't wait until this draft gets started. Lots of top-tier talent, and dreams are going to come true definitely today. And let's take a quick peek at the thumb. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. Let's go. Everyone get locked and loaded. Everyone's got their different programming that they're watching the draft on. And I am very, very excited to see what the teams do, if we're going to have some trades up, trades back, and definitely a few surprises along the way. Daniel in the building, what's good? Matt in the building, what's good? Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's go. Man, I'm excited. Let's get it, man. And again, this is going to be a long process. You know, usually the draft is about 4 hours long. So we're going to get started here around 5 p.m. And then I assume, you know, it'll get wrapped up around 9 p.m. Pacific, just depending on if there's a lot of trades up, trades back. If you got a Twitter/X account, do your boy a solid and like and retweet the stream like Matt just did. I appreciate you very, very much. And get locked and loaded. We're here. I'm ready. And obviously I set it up this particular way so that way you see less of me. And then I got all kinds of tabs and extra things to be able to pull up for you when we go along the way. So obviously we have the draft cast, but then we can bubble it out and we can go to rounds. So if we want to be able to go over, you know, a bigger picture on what we got, I got this all available for us. Then if we want to go best available, you know, we got this as well. So we can cue in here, and then it's got a nice little video attached. And then all I got to do is just go through each particular player that we want to go over, like Caleb, and based off the rankings. Oh, we want to go on, take a look at Marvin Harrison Jr., Maserati Marv, boom, gives you some extra information. So I got everything on the fingertips ready to go. And I'm definitely excited about this draft. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's going to be very, very exciting. Paisley Pup is just chilling in here until I get too loud. Let's go. Let me move this down towards the bottom. Let's go, baby. Get locked and loaded. And if anyone's got any predictions, you know, along the way, you know, feel free to be able to comment in the room. Anyone that's watching on Twitter/X, if you want to be able to like the stream, you're going to have to come to the YouTube channel side. If you want to comment, you're going to have to come through the YouTube side. So I'm hoping that we can get a few people to come through on that side as well. But, you know, if we're looking at the draft class, I mean, it's freaking stacked. Now, just because the names are big, remember, it doesn't mean that all these guys are going to pan out on the NFL side. You know, like with these 6 big quarterbacks that we've been talking about with Caleb Williams, you know, with Jaden Daniels, Drake May, JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix Jr. In reality, you know, it would be great if all of them panned out. But what's typically going to happen is you're going to get more than likely 2 that are going to pan out, maybe 1, maybe 2. You're going to get 2 that are going to fail. And then you're going to get probably 1 or 2 that are going to succeed, but they're not going to succeed right away. Kind of like a Baker Mayfield when he got drafted by the Browns. He'll show flashes. He'll move on, go to the Rams, get a chance from Sean McVay, then prove himself, go to the Buccaneers, and then find himself maybe his forever home, depending on how long the Bucs want to keep him around. So, you know, for all the people that think that Caleb is going to pan out 100%, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix Jr., you know, chances are at the most, I could probably see 3 guys panning out, you know, maybe 4. But again, 2 maybe right away, 2 or 3 are going to bust. And then you're going to probably get 2 that are going to have to wait until their second or third team. And hopefully they're good enough in that time period to be able to make it to their second or third team. And then we're going to be able to see them break out. So definitely excited. And again, anything that we need to look at here, you guys just let me know what tabs you want me to be able to open up. You know, we can go based off rounds if you want to be able to look at where the position is for the teams. So we got all this right here. I got everything set up at the fingertips. We want to go best available. All right. We got everything here as well. I'm ready, man. Let's go. All right, let me shift this over. And I tried to make it as interactive as possible for you guys as well, because I want to make sure that we're going over as many tabs as possible. You guys want to be able to, look at something, based on the projected rating, ranking, and any type of discussion that you want. Oh, and go Mariners. Let's go. Tridents up. Texas Rangers who? Houston Astros who? Things are looking pretty good right now in the American League West. And me and Reflect are definitely very, very happy. And my boy Jay Graves is driving up to Seattle tomorrow. Very excited for him to go and celebrate his birthday, which is today. Happy birthday, J-Dog. He's going to go with his dad. Normally, me and him go to celebrate his birthday and my birthday. But with Paisley and obviously the NFL draft, I'm here. He's going to go up and watch the Diamondbacks for a 2-game set. And then 4th of July, me and him will go see the Orioles. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. Daniel's in the building. What's good? Matt's in the building. What's good? Let's get to 100 and donos. Let's do it. Happy Thursday. Let them know. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Let's see what Matt has to say. He thinks Rams, Eagles, Steelers could trade up with Denver to get the 12th pick. Shit, if you're Denver, and you already know that you need a quarterback, you're not going to be able to survive with Zach Wilson. Even if that means drafting Bo Nix at 12, do it. Because again, if you don't, someone else will. And if you don't end up getting Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr., I'm telling you, it's going to get ugly because, chances are those other 4 quarterbacks may go before top 12 picks. So I don't know. I mean, there is a chance, that Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. could drop, at 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah. But also, too, people are also not really considering Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. could get drafted somewhere between 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, depending on if a team really likes that player over someone like a J.J. McCarthy or a Drake May or a Jaden Daniels. We'll have to kind of wait and see. But, most people have Caleb projected going number 1. But then after that, we'll have to see what kind of surprises are entailed in the 2024 draft. Reflects in the building. What's good, baby? Hope you guys like the setup. And I went back and forth between NFL.com and ESPN, and I figured that ESPN had better tabs and better overall presentation. So I wanted it to kind of lay it out like this. I hope you guys like it, and decided to hit you with the thumb. There's a chubby O-Dog, and once I end up taking a picture of skinny O-Dog, we'll have that. But I feel pretty comfortable, with the draft, pick that we got here for the thumbnail. And we'll be here tomorrow as well. Let's go, baby. Predictions, type them in below if you got any. Unbelievable, right? And then, and seeing the Astros continue to struggle and fail. And then obviously, beating the Rangers. It just, man, it's like, all the freaking out that we did early on, right? In the first 10 games, you have to understand, it's not just you, against just ourselves. It's us against the other teams in the division. So just because, right, the Mariners had a shitty record, in the first 10 games, you have to look at where Texas is. Where's Houston? Where are the Angels and the A's? And if you're actually pretty close, it's not that bad. Now, if the Texas Rangers at that same point were 15-5, kind of like the Dodgers or the Braves, and then we're sitting at, 8 or 9 wins, yeah, then we have a little bit of a problem. But if we're all kind of clumped together, sitting around 500 or below 500, we're in great shape. So I'm very, very excited for the Mariners projection, going into the season, as well as, moving towards the All-Star break. And we'll see where we get. Reflect had 105. I had 95. But I'm ready to go, man. NFL draft. Mariners, NFL draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers picking at 26. Seattle Seahawks picking at 16. Jackson Powers Johnson, Jared Verse. Those would be my probably 2 best selections for Tampa. So if I get Jared Verse or Jackson Powers Johnson from the Ducks, I'll be very, very excited. And I'm ready to go. Let's get it, baby. And there's many, many ways that you can actually watch this draft. You can watch it on ABC, ESPN. You can end up watching it on NFL Network. You can watch it on Fubo. And obviously with the setup that I'm in right now, I'm actually watching the PFF broadcast since I don't have a cable box in here just yet. Otherwise, I would be watching probably on NFL Network or ESPN, but I have a lot of other links that I can open up at any given time. Let's go, baby. you're desperate to trade down, okay? But the thing is if you trade down too far and then you don't get a good quarterback, you're going to be fucked. You got to understand, with these quarterbacks, there's going to be other quarterbacks that will be picked in the second, third round, that are going to be project QBs. Obviously me and Reflect have been talking about a few, right? That might be in the second or third round. That could be a, project QB. But if you end up trading back and then all of a sudden, you get more picks, but then all the quarterbacks are gone, the top 6, what are you going to do? Wilson, I mean, how many wins do you really think you're going to get with Zach Wilson? So you got to make sure that you lock in Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. in that pick, depending on if Penix gets picked beforehand or not. Now, if it ends up being J.J. McCarthy is the last quarterback pick, I don't know if I would pick him. I think I would probably just go somewhere else, and then if you end up sucking for one more year and then trying to get a draft pick next year, so be it. And then maybe Denver can get the first pick in the draft. But, I don't know if Minnesota is going to trade up, and try to be able to get, J.J. McCarthy. But if I had to pick one quarterback out of the 6 that I got the least confidence in, it's J.J. McCarthy. They ran the ball a lot with Blake Corum. We already know Harbaugh loves to run the football and pound the rock, and they were led by that defense, and even Caleb, is going to be hit or miss depending on his maturity off the field and how dedicated he is to the team. Is it going to be, he has athleticism, I get it, right? But what is he going to bring into the locker room? And I don't really care if he wants to, dress a certain way or wear painted fingernails, whatever. If that's his prerogative, that's fine, right? But I want to make sure that he's going to be a team player, not a me player. And obviously the completion percentage and the touchdown to interception ratio, when you played good teams compared to bad teams, it was pretty drastic. When you're playing shitty teams, Caleb had 80 touchdowns and 5 picks. Great. But when he played good competition with the Ducks and the Huskies, right, it was much, much lower. It was almost 10 touchdowns, 10 picks. The NFL is going to be a hell of a lot harder than the Pac-12 was, even though the Pac-12 was very, very good this year. So that kind of concerns me. Jaden Daniels concerns me. Drake May didn't play very good last season. That concerns me. Do they have NFL bodies? Yeah. But if you're going to teams at the top of the board that don't have really good management, ownership, supporting cast, it's almost a recipe to fail. So again, if Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. end up getting picked 5th or 6th, and they end up going to teams that are deeper in the draft, right, they actually have more supporting cast and better coaching, then those guys are going to have a better path to success than some of the guys at the top going to the Bears, going to New England, going to the Commandos, the Commanders, the Giants. Some of these spots, they're not really, that desirable if you really want to be honest about it. Even Denver has got a long ways to go. But if you end up going to Minnesota, Raiders have a little ways to go as well. But if you go to Minnesota or the Rams, I feel that those are going to be the quarterback places that are going to be the best fit to be able to succeed. Now, Minnesota's O-line is shit. They need another running back, and their defense is ass, right? But with Jay Jetta, Addison, Hawkinson, and a good coach with O'Connell, that's something. And I think the Rams right now, to me, they're in a position right now. If they want to trade up and get Michael Penix Jr. and go into the top 10, and that's their quarterback for the future, watch out. Because if you end up getting someone like that, Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. to the Rams, that's the best situation out of a team that is considered, fringe playoff team, or just under a playoff team. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But we'll see. Like I said, everyone's got an opinion. Everyone thinks they know all the answers. But again, it all depends on how much tape that you watch. Did you watch full games, or are you just watching Instagram and Twitter reels? Are you just going through highlight packages on YouTube? That's not going to tell the whole story. And I'm not going to be right 100% of the time, but I feel my evaluation process compared to a lot of other streamers, YouTubers, and Twitch streamers, I'm going to be, up at the top 5%, top 2%. And we'll see how it goes. But again, remember, it's not just the player that's getting drafted. It's where he's going. Who's the head coach? Who's the OC? Who's the DC? Who's the supporting cast? Do they have an offensive line? Do they have a D line? Do they have linebackers in secondary? Do they actually have a good owner? These are questions that need to be actually asked and answered, So, and also too, are they smart? Are they willing to work? Are they a team player? Or are they a me player? Do they care about social media and all the drip and all the chains and the money? Or are they going to grind it out and work hard? So, for me, I like to be able to evaluate a player on how he acts off the field. Does he have a good supporting cast around him family-wise and friend-wise? There's many, many boxes to check off And quarterbacks, they fail a lot. So just because these are big, big names, we said the same damn thing with who? Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, and Trey Lance. Oh, we're going to have so many great players. All these guys are going to be franchise quarterbacks. Now, just a few years later, we got one, Trevor Lawrence, and then the other one, Justin Fields, is probably a top 16 quarterback, but he's not top 10, so it shows you, we can hype up the draft every year, but that doesn't mean that all these guys are going to pan out. $5 holla, a guy, Raiders. Michael Penix Jr. would be a great fit for the Raiders, but I want an offensive line built for Michael Penix Jr. If you're going to draft him, okay, if you're going to draft a guy like that, I better see offensive line being picked almost every pick the rest of the draft, because you want to make sure that you're protecting a guy like that. That's why I think the Rams, if they get Michael Penix Jr. or like a Bo Nix type of player, they're going to be sitting really pretty. And I feel, Michael Penix Jr. to the Vikings, Michael Penix Jr. to the Rams. At first I thought, okay, Vikings would feel like a sexy fit. And we said this last year. We were way ahead of the curve, ahead of a lot of these other people that are talking about it now. But Raiders, do need a quarterback. But again, if you build the offensive line, you don't have to have a quarterback this year. You can stick it out with what you have, and then wait till next year's draft to get a quarterback. You don't have to necessarily get one this year. Now, would it be nice for Raiders fans like a guy to get one now? Yeah, but it all depends on who's there and, who's not. Big facts. A guy, appreciate you. $5 holla. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Ooh, stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Premature. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Let me know what you want to do for photos, and I got you. Appreciate you. $5, 95 to go. Let's get it. Yeah, lots of mock drafts had Michael Penix Jr. to the Raiders. But again, look out for the Rams, and if they decide to trade up and they think Michael Penix Jr. can be the guy, can you imagine Michael Penix Jr., offensive line, Sean McVay, Kyron Williams, and then, let me just throw it to Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. Are you fucking kidding me? That's just as good as Jay Jetta and Jordan Addison and Hawkinson. Honestly, it might be better just because you're going to have overall a better scheme and fit with Sean McVay. Nothing against Kevin O'Connell, you know what I mean? But again, they don't have a running back there, to lay off the pressure. Offensive line for Minnesota stinks, and their defense stinks as well. And even though Aaron Donald is retired, I feel that the Rams, are one of the best positioned teams that if they did get a quarterback, watch out, and I know if you're a Seahawks fan, you don't want to see Michael Penix Jr. there, because if that ends up happening, the Seahawks might not finish in second place in the NFC West behind the Niners. They might finish in third, right? You can get ahead of the Cardinals, right? But if Penix goes to the fucking Rams and they keep building that team, that could be a team that eliminates the Seahawks, where the Seahawks could end up getting, maybe 10 wins. But what happens if the Rams get 11 and the Niners get 13 or 14? Someone's going to get left out, and sometimes all three will make it, that. But it's going to be very, very interesting on how this all plays out. Big facts. Yeah, and like I said, one of my best friends, Justin, is a Bronco fan, Duck fan, just like you. And again, if you're sitting at 12, of course you need more picks, but you can't let Bo Nix, slide. If Bo Nix is available or Michael Penix Jr. at 12, draft him if you're Denver, right? Because the quarterback room that you got right now is fucking not good enough. And like I told you before, I wasn't trying to be a hater, but out of all the quarterbacks, in your quarterback room right now, you might have DiNucci and Zach Wilson. You might have the worst quarterback room the way that the quarterback room sits as of today before the draft. So you want to make sure that you get someone that can be the starter. And then for whatever happens, if, Bo Nix gets hurt, then you can throw in Zach Wilson for a game or two. But if you don't get, Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. and you have to stick with Zach Wilson, DiNucci and the other, you're fucked. And I mean, that might be good, I guess, if you're tanking, trying to get the first pick in the draft next year at quarterback. But I don't know if Denver fans could, I don't know if they would be able to support a team that was led by Zach Wilson. No offense to him. So maybe. A lot of people, think that. And like I said, for me, the two best quarterbacks, in my opinion, just by, no affiliation, I'm a Duck fan, one of the biggest Duck fans on planet Earth. And for years, I've been saying Michael Penix Jr. has been my favorite. How many Duck fans that have been watching since the 80s would go against their own really good quarterback, Bo Nix, and say the rival from the Huskies is better? Not many. I might be the only one. I still think Bo Nix is someone that will succeed. They're both going to be about 24. But in my opinion, out of all the quarterbacks, the safest and the most NFL-ready quarterbacks are going to be Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. I think Michael Penix Jr. is the best quarterback in this draft. And I think that Caleb could be maybe third, but it all depends on the offensive line and his emotions. Is he going to be a team guy? Is he going to start screaming at the wide receivers if they don't catch the ball? He just seems to me that he's got an athletic body, but his personality and everything that comes with him, I'm not sure if every single team, can build a roster around him and make it work, And then with Jaden Daniels, there's athleticism there, you know what I mean? But it could be hit or miss. Drake May, he's got an NFL body, but his stats last year really weren't good. J.J. McCarthy was on Michigan where they ran the ball. He's got a powerful arm. I get it. But you ran the ball and played defense. You didn't really get to see J.J. McCarthy's skill set. So that's the one I would stay away from the most. And, if the Minnesota Vikings trade up or grab McCarthy, I don't even know if I could be a Minnesota fan, to be honest. If I was a Viking fan and I got McCarthy in the draft, I would be fucking pissed. Like, to me, he's the worst one. I have a lot more confidence in the other five than him. Now, if J.J. McCarthy ended up getting on a team like the Niners, where they had all the supporting cast pieces already there, could he succeed? Of course. Fucking Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy succeeded. But how many teams are built like the Niners, where they have O-line in place, D-line in place, head coach, running back, wide receivers, tight end, and a great GM and head coach combo? There's not many teams that are built like the 49ers or like the Chiefs. So if you're not built like that, where you can just plug and play any kind of quarterback or running back, the Chiefs and the Niners have proven they can literally plug in anybody at quarterback and running back and have success because of the coaching, the GM, and the supporting cast. But again, not every team is built that way, and people need to realize that as well. Big facts. Yeah. I don't know. And like I said, we don't know the player. We don't know him, but he seems like, to me, he's more of a social media guy where instead of, trying to grind it out and be a team player, it's more of like, it's me. Look at me. I'm Patrick Mahomes 2.0. Look at me. I'm the guy, and what I'm saying? And it's not like, oh, look at my painted silver fingernails, whatever. If he wants to do that and get some kind of, nail polish fucking, endorsement and whatnot. I just feel that with all this extra shit that's going on, and his completion percentage and his touchdown to interception ratio against good defense was not good. 80 touchdowns, 5 picks against shitty teams, 10 touchdowns, 10 picks against great defenses. That's a red flag. So for me, if I was the Bears, I know that they're going to pick him, but if it was me, I think I would have probably kept Justin Fields, and then went with him for one more year and then built around him. I would have went, offensive line and maybe Maserati Marv, or get the two best offensive linemen, and then go that route. I think that if I was the Bears, that's what I would have done. And then if Justin Fields can't get better with those pieces, then you can move on, and then they can get a quarterback in next year's draft. But if that was me, I think I would have hung on to Fields, and that way I wouldn't have to pick him, So we'll see. Chicago hasn't had a very good track record with quarterbacks, so it's not really a desirable place to play. It's cold. He obviously played in warm weather. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in Caleb. I don't got a lot of confidence in Drake May or Jaden Daniels or McCarthy. But the ones I like the best, that I feel that are battle-tested, mature, they can play under pressure, they can make all the NFL throws. They're both going to be 24. Bo Nix has already been married for a few years. The guy is an adult. He's not a kid. And I feel with the other guys, McCarthy, Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, they're kids. They're trying to become men. Bo Nix is a man. Michael Penix Jr. is a man. And the only thing that you can say about Michael Penix Jr. is, I have concerns that he got hurt. Hasn't got hurt in 2 years. He had those 4 season-ending injuries. I get it. But I would take a risk with a guy like that who's got a good head on his shoulders, who's mature, who's a team guy. He's got a great family structure. He's intelligent. And the number one thing, he's a lefty. Again, Tua, might not be the most skilled player, but he can put up top 5, top 10 stats. Penix is better. So think about that for a second. That will only give you 2 lefties in the NFL. And in the right system, that guy will fucking rake. I'm not saying that, he's going to be so much better than Tua, so much better than Michael Vick, but I feel he will be in the right system if he went to like the Rams. Now if Michael Penix Jr. went to the Patriots, the Commandos, the Giants, or the Bears, yeah, he could fail because those teams are in desperate need to kind of get the ship turned around. But if you go later and go to a better team, that has a good, mentor like Sean McVay, things could get very, very dangerous for Michael Penix Jr. And, I definitely could see him one day, or him and Bo Nix being top 16 quarterbacks, and maybe even 1 or 2 of those guys being a possible 10, 11, 12, kind of like a Kirk Cousins type of player, But again, it all depends on where they go. And some of these guys are going to pan out. Some aren't. Remember that out of the 6 quarterbacks, 2 will probably fail, right? Maybe 3, right? 2 will fail, 2 will pan out, right? And then you're going to get 2 that will pan out on their second or third team. They're not going to get all 6 that are going to pan out. You're going to get 2 probably that'll pan out. And to me, that would be Michael Penix Jr. and Bo Nix, depending on where they go, right? As long as they don't get picked within the first few picks with the shitty teams at the top, right? And then obviously with failures, you can make your own assumption who might fail. And then there might be 2 players that might have to wait to go to their second or third team to be able to make it. Is that Drake May? Is that Jaden Daniels? You be the judge, but that's kind of how I'm feeling. And then we also have some other quarterbacks in the second and third round that are, maybe project QBs, and then we'll go from there. So, again, everyone's going to have an opinion on things, but I have to look at, touchdown to interception ratio. How do you play against good competition compared to bad competition? How are you off the field? And I know some people don't care, what a guy is off the field, but I do, and again, if you're going to be immature, like I said, that's not going to bode well in the NFL. Like, what happens if you start struggling? Are you going to start whining? Are you going to be a crybaby? Are you going to start blaming, the OC? I want out. I want to go to another team. You know what I mean? It has to be a team first instead of a me first. So we'll see where it goes. But I'm hoping Jackson Powers Johnson to the Buccaneers at 26. And then if not him, Jared Verse. That's where I'm going. So you guys want to comment below who you guys want in your particular first round pick? Comment below and let me know. But for me, I think, Michael Penix Jr. to me is the best quarterback in this draft, and it's by quite a bit. All the checkbox are marked off for me. The only thing that will hold him back is if he gets hurt, but he's been hurt so often, he'll bounce back. It's not like, oh, he tore an ACL or had an elbow injury. Who cares? He'll come back. He's done it 4 times. He's fucking mentally strong, and to me, he's the most mentally strong quarterback in the draft besides Bo Nix. So, sometimes a change of scenery is good, going from Auburn to Oregon. And Bo Nix, if he doesn't succeed in Denver, maybe the second team that he goes to or third, if he gets drafted there, then I think he could have a Baker Mayfield type of career. And I think Bo Nix and Baker Mayfield is a very good comparison because I see a lot of similarities in the 2 players. A lot of people, didn't like Baker initially, but then after he left the Browns, got mentored by McVay, and you saw what he did in Tampa, he convinced not only me, but I think a lot of people in the league that he could be a top 12 quarterback in this league moving forward. Does he play bad sometimes? Of course, but again, he also benefits from Godwin and Mike Evans and, Rashad White, but still, you have either confidence in a player or you don't. So we'll see on how it goes. But for me, I'm a Duck fan through and through, but my number 1 quarterback in this draft is Michael Penix Jr. And if everyone wants to sleep on him, that's fine. But to me, he is by far the best one, in my opinion, in this draft. And hopefully other teams are sleeping on him and, they'll go Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, McCarthy, Bo Nix, and then Penix will get pick 6. He'll have a chip on his shoulder, go to the Rams, and then he'll show everyone that he is the best quarterback in this draft. So, well, you'll see. You'll see. Don't be surprised if they trade up and grab someone like Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. I think it could happen. Not saying it will happen, but I think it could happen. I don't think he's going to get drafted there because they don't need a center as like their number 1 piece. You know what I'm saying? They are going to need 3 offensive linemen that may or may not be there next year. But you got to look O-line, D-line, right? Linebacker, secondary. Seahawks have a lot of fucking holes. The defense was bad. Right? Even Reflect will tell you, right? How often even if you're the best center in the NFL, the best, right? You're going to be Pro Bowl, All Pro. It's an undervalued position, just like running backs when they hit 30, right? So for whatever reason, we might not even get Jackson Powers-Johnson until the beginning of the second round. Is he worthy of a top 20 pick? Absolutely. But the center position, even though it hits the most, since 2011 have hit, one hasn't, right? But I think that in NFL circles, for whatever reason, the center is undervalued. To me, the center is the most valuable position on the offensive line besides left tackle or right tackle. You can get guards, left guards, and right guards here and there with the big bodies, but a good quality center that's Hall of Fame potential type of player, or someone like a Penei Sewell, doing what he does, those guys don't just, fall off of trees and they're going to be there all the time. So, I don't think that the Seahawks would go for Jackson Powers-Johnson. Now if they did, that would be fantastic. I would be jealous. I want him on Tampa, but you'll see. There's going to be certain players coming out of the Pac-12 conference that are going to be a little bit better than people think compared to the guys in the Big Ten, the ACC, or the SEC. A one read and run guy. Yeah. And we'll see, if that ends up being the same type of style like he had in college. Now, can he do an RPO and, can he, run and get first downs? Yeah. But the thing is, just because you were able to run away from players, right? Just because you were able to run away from players, in college doesn't mean that you're going to be able to do that here, in the NFL. So, all right, hold on. Let me go here. All right, we got the Bears on the clock. We already know that's going to be Caleb Williams. If you really want to surprise me, right, draft someone other than Caleb if you really want to surprise me, but more than likely that's where we're going to be going. Let's go, baby. $5. Let's get to a hundo. Hey, guy, do you got any specific players that you want me to throw up? And again, I'm not biased at all. Like if you look at all my takes over the years, regardless if it's Blazers, Tampa, Ducks, Mariners, I'm very, very fair. If someone's good, you're going to know it. But if someone isn't, I'm going to let you know. I don't feel that I've ever been, in the last couple years based off, breakdowns, in the last couple years, I'm pretty, pretty fair on, analyses and breakdowns. So the pick is in. Obviously, Caleb, we assume here, right? All right, Finley, what's good, brother? So it looks like a guy, myself, and Reflect all got Michael Penix Jr. as the number one quarterback in this draft. And I would like it for him to go deeper in the draft unless the Rams trade up and grab him. Because, again, best fit for Michael Penix Jr., number one, Los Angeles Rams, number two, Minnesota Vikings. So, again, if he ends up going to one of those two teams, I think he has a better chance to succeed. So, if you end up, going to like Denver or the Giants or New England or Washington, the teams at the top, there's a good chance that you're going to fail, just because they don't have enough around them. So. If there's one guy that I would go would be maybe a surprise to the table here, that would be mine. By the way, that meme. Yeah, but you're also a Duck fan though, too. If you were going to rate the quarterbacks and not be biased, like what happens if Michael Penix Jr. was on the Ducks, right? Would you have Michael Penix Jr. as your favorite quarterback? Or would you still have Bo Nix if he was on Washington? Think about that for a second. If Michael Penix Jr. was on the Ducks, he would have probably got us further than what Bo Nix did. And I love Bo Nix, don't get me wrong. But Bo Nix to Denver is the best fit. But if Michael Penix Jr. was on the Ducks, maybe we would have went to the championship game and lost. Just saying. You have to look at it that kind of perspective. So. Quarterback, wide receiver, and defensive line for the Bears. They need offensive line as well. So. Edgar Cooper is the best spy I've seen come out of college football. Forever. I've never seen a guy that can play the spy position. I was saying, if you're playing in Lamar Jackson's division, right in the North, you could draft him just to have that one role. He is incredible. Or Mahomes in the West. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's just like, I've never seen anybody who plays it better than he does. Well, I've read that it is official. Yeah. And Caleb Williams has been the first pick in the 2024. Caleb Williams, no surprise. And again, the Bears don't have a good track record for getting quarterbacks. Justin Fields. I mean, who was the best quarterback they've had? What, Jay Cutler? You know what I'm saying? So if you don't have a good owner, you don't got a good GM, you don't got good coaches, right? You don't got an O-line. You don't have a defense. There's no Brian Urlacher there or Roquan Smith, no Khalil Mack. You know what I'm saying? So, got Olin Kreutz at center. It's like, okay, you got Keenan Allen. I get that. DJ Moore, you got some pieces, but you're not the same without David Montgomery. You know what I'm saying? So I feel that, there's not really a whole lot there. There's like names, but again, if the offensive line doesn't block and you have bad coaching, what do you expect? You really think that he's going to be so good that the Bears are going to go from last in the NFC North to first or second? I think with this draft, even with Caleb, they're still going to be in last. I think depending on what Minnesota does or where they land, Minnesota might still end up being the third team. And then you're going to have Green Bay and Detroit battling it out for first place. So on the clock is Washington. And so we have to see if they're going to go for Jaden Daniels or Drake May. Judah in the building. What's good? Well, the thing is, if Minnesota trades up to 5, right, and then picks Michael Penix Jr., I'm cool with that. But if Minnesota trades up to 5 and gets J.J. McCarthy like all the mock drafts show, that would be the dumbest shit of all time. At that point, you would be better off to trade, stay at your pick, and not, give up so much capital, with the Chargers. So, again, everyone's going to have their own opinion, on what they want to do. And everyone has been saying, Daniels is going to go to Washington. But I don't think that necessarily that's a great fit there either because, again, coaching, GM, they got rid of Daniel Snyder, but it's a dysfunctional organization. It's like a dysfunctional relationship. And I don't know when Washington will get off of that dysfunctional, team relationship overall, but I don't got any confidence in anybody that gets drafted to that team. It's like Bears, Washington, a lot of these teams that are, that are at the bottom. Now with New England, they're just moving on. They've had great coaching and great atmosphere, but they have to start over. So with them, it's a little bit different. So based on who they get, they're going to struggle and they might suck for a while. Judah will tell you, but as long as they get someone like a Drake May that they believe in, they'll be happy. And then hopefully they can keep progressing, with the new head coach in the room with no Bill Belichick, no Gronk, and no Brady. So with New England, yeah, you might be in last place, but I think the fan base will live with it as long as they pick the right guys and they're character guys, not divas, not guys that are about me, rather than the team. So I don't know. I just feel like a lot of these guys in the draft are divas. And they're more about their social media and their brands rather than actually trying to win, as a team. So, but again, most people would have Daniels going there. And I think Daniels going there would be probably, a better fit than Drake May. So, and then obviously New England getting Drake May would make the most sense. So, we'll see if it all kind of breaks down to what we think is going to happen. Shout out to all the people watching on Twitter/X as well as YouTube. I love you. Yeah, and there's been some mock drafts, a guy 100%. There's been some where they've had Drake May at 2, and they've also had Drake May at 3 to New England. So it all depends on who they like more, based on, their fan base and what kind of offense that they want to run. Because Jaden Daniels is like an RG3 kind of gimmick quarterback, that may or may not make it. Drake May is more like a poor man's Phillip Rivers type of guy where he's going to be a pocket quarterback. He won't run as much. So does that really, suit well for Washington, or does that suit well more for New England? So, a running quarterback is more for Washington. A pocket guy is more for New England. So we'll see if that's what they do or if they go opposite. Because if Drake May goes 2, then you would assume Jaden Daniels will go to New England unless they decide to go somewhere else. But the disrespect for Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr., like I said, they can have a chip on their shoulder, but it's a blessing in disguise if you get drafted lower because you go to better teams if you go lower, like Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, right? So sometimes to have that disrespect and have people not believe in you, besides the people like us that have actually watched all the games, it's hilarious when you end up watching the takes from people in the Big Ten, the ACC, and the SEC in the South, where they didn't watch any Pac-12, and they think that the Pac-12 sucks and that Penix isn't good and Bo Nix isn't good. It's like, are you sleeping under a rock? We were the best conference last year. Yeah. Are we normally good? No. We struggle. And when we get to the Natty, we lose. I get it. But sometimes things change. And now we're going to be in the Big Ten, and we're going to be able to prove that, USC, the Huskies, and the Ducks, at some point, we're going to be able to hang with Michigan and Ohio State and maybe even win that fucking division and take over the division. So, I can definitely tell when I see predictions on who has watched Pac-12 football and who's a fucking hater. Big facts. So we'll see. We go Jaden Daniels, and then we go Drake May next, but we'll see where it goes. And if there's any other tabs that you guys want me to click on, rounds, best available as we get deeper on, and I can click on the names and put up a photo. It'll have a little video, so you guys can let me know. So.
My bigger question for the Kingsbury thing is, how has his offense changed since the last time?
All right, so we think Jaden Daniels, we assume, right? Quarterback, tight end, O-line, edge, and DB. And again, quarterback and O-line are going to be so important to the players that get picked at quarterback. You want to make sure you're doubling up a tag team, quarterback, O-line. You got to do quarterback, O-line. If you don't do quarterback and O-line, what do you think you're going to get from some of these guys, right? But I don't, like I said, I don't have a whole lot of faith, in these first three quarterbacks, unfortunately, and JJ McCarthy either. Like I said, I'll say it now and I'll say it again. But Bo Nix might not pan out right away. He might be like a Baker Mayfield where he pans out on his second team or third team. But I think eventually he will pan out. And there's Jaden Daniels. Obviously, they're going for their RG3 to bless their fan base with that type of player. And we'll see if it works out. But it may not. And now we got New England on the clock, and you would assume this will be Drake May. And also, not to, throw it a certain way, but let's be honest. There's certain fan bases that are predominantly more white or predominantly more black, right? Based on the area and the fan base and where they live, right? And some are going to lean more towards a white quarterback. Some are going to lean more towards a black quarterback. And, we don't want to say that certain owners or teams or coaches are racist towards one or another, but in reality, Washington's kind of known for a lot of the brother quarterbacks, right? It's just in their kind of DNA, and with New England, they've had both white and black, right? So they don't really care. They just want to be able to have the talent. But at this point, having a pocket quarterback, there's not another, in maybe their mind, maybe not another guy that's suited as well as Drake May. Now, if it was 2 years ago, Drake May, when he had Josh Downs, he looked pretty good, right? But last year, there was a lot of games that Drake May had 1 touchdown, 1 pick, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. If I'm going to pick someone in the top 3 picks, I need to see some monster games. 5 touchdowns, 1 pick, 4 touchdowns, no picks. I didn't see that all year. I feel that he regressed. And when you regress as an athlete, that worries me, especially if you don't have O-line, you don't have running back, you don't have wide receiver, you don't have tight end, you don't have defense, and you have a brand new head coach. So we'll see how it goes, but again, kind of a risky pick, obviously, with these first 3. And again, I don't have any confidence really in these first 3 quarterbacks at all. And then JJ McCarthy, even less. To me, he's the worst out of them all. But again, it is what it is. And sometimes you'll get surprised by things, right? Cooper, DB Cooper, he's nice. There's a lot of teams that would benefit from a guy like that. And the thing is, he's going to be the first white corner since Jason Sehorn. Think about that for a second, how athletic. There's going to be brothers that are going to be more athletic than certain guys. But we've also seen Run CMC Christian McCaffrey as a Caucasian running back just as good as the brothers, right? So it just depends on your genetics, and his dad being Ed McCaffrey definitely helps, right? So we'll see on how it kind of flows and pans out. But Cooper, DB Cooper, I'm telling y'all, first white corner since Jason Sehorn. Sehorn was above average. This guy is slated to be better than him. And you think about how athletic you got to be as a Caucasian white corner. It's like you can be a Caucasian safety, but for corner, I mean, you're going against the number ones, Devontae Adams, Tyreek. I mean, that's a big, big task. And I hope DB Cooper pans out. I think it'd be really cool, so that way that they can see, and influence maybe some of the other young white, Caucasian, players in Pop Warner, thinking like, wow, if DB Cooper can do it, maybe I can play this. Maybe I don't have to play wide receiver. Maybe I can be a DB and I can be like him, and he can kind of set the stage. I always like seeing players, going into a position that's dominated by others and then make a name for themselves. So pretty crazy to think that we've only had one white corner in like 20 fucking years, but we're going to have another one here in this draft. Reefer in the building. What's good? So we're at the first couple picks. So first pick, as you can see, and I'll scroll here so you can see it there. So Caleb at the very top there, you can see. Let me go right there. So Caleb there at the top, number 1 to the Bears. No surprise. Jaden Daniels pick number 2. They love the brother quarterbacks there. So, no surprise, that type of system. RPO probably won't work out, but, good luck to them. And then right here, if it's not Drake May, I think everyone would be shocked right now. I mean, is there anyone that thinks that they're going to pick anyone else besides Drake May? I don't think there's anyone else that, I think we would be shocked unless they do something crazy like pick an offensive lineman, if they want to go that route. Like Joe Alt or something, if they go that route, then I couldn't get mad at that. But again, I think a lot of people think that they're going to go for Drake May. So
we are going to take a quick commercial break, and then we will be right back with PFF and program.
Let's go. And then, guy, you got any particular photos of any players that you want? You let me know, and I got you. And then I got many tabs that we can go to as well. So we got this one. So you just got to let me know what you guys want. We got obviously all the different tabs of the players, and we got best available. And we already kind of know where things are going right now, but as we go down a little bit further, but I'll keep it on the draft cast. That'll probably be the best way to go. And we'll go this route.
Or a little personality. Stadium Furniture curates modern pieces meant to look inviting in any space. Stadium Furniture.
And then if you guys want me to go and slide it up to the top so you can see all the draft picks at the top of the screen, you guys let me know where you guys want it. If you guys want it like this, so you can look at the top of the screen and see the picks, you can do that. Otherwise, I'm going to drag it down a little bit and have it here. So you guys let me know what you like the best as the fans, and I'll adjust it based on, whatever you guys want. So, I mean, I got like 5 screens up right now, so I don't think we're missing anything here.
We asked a question before we commercial break. Will the Patriots trade this?
Selection made, and it's Drake May. No surprise, right? 6'4", 223, kind of like a Phillip Rivers, kind of clone type of player, got the big size and the big arm, but the accuracy, and also supporting cast, we'll have to see how this goes. And I also am kind of wondering, about Kyler Murray, is he actually going to be on the team? Would they ever trade someone like that? Or now are you just going to go for Maserati Marv here? Are you going to wait for someone to trade up, and pick someone here? Now this is where the draft gets interesting from here on out. Okay. From here on out, this is where it gets interesting because either someone's going to trade up and nab this pick or number 5, right? And we're going to have trade up, trade down. But those first 3 picks, I think almost 99% of America and the globe, even if you were living under a rock, you could have guessed those first 3. Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. It's like Caleb first pick, usually with the brother quarterbacks, Washington, and then you end up getting the Caucasian, sensation there, obviously from North Carolina, for New England. So I feel, those were pretty easy to predict. But from here on out, the most likely, everyone says, oh, Maserati Marv, duh, right? But what happens if they go a different direction or they trade down, right? Or if someone trades up into the pick. So, but the thing is, even if you get Maserati Marv, that's not going to be able to, replenish and change Kyler Murray's career. Maserati Marv is great, but he might not even be the best wide receiver in this draft, right? There's a few really good players, and I'm not saying he's going to be a bust. I think he'll be good, but I'm just saying that he might not be the best one overall. So.
In there, or just play the patience game and take one of those remaining 3 quarterbacks, which is what I would do. But it's easy for me to say because I don't have to take the
Well, this is where the rubber meets the road. In terms of theory.
On the clock. What's the prediction right here? Are we just going to go just like everyone else's mock draft on planet Earth, just Marvin Harrison Jr., just because his, dad is Marvin Harrison and we saw what he did at Ohio State, Or are we going to go a different direction? Shout out to all the people watching on Twitter/X as well as YouTube. And then if there's any photos or anything that you want me to bring up, a guy, you let me know and I got you. All right, Cardinals team needs wide receiver, guard, center, D-line, corner. If it was me, I don't think I would even necessarily go wide receiver. I would go offensive line. That's where I would go. Again, you can go for splash players, right? Or you can go for players that are going to make your team better long term, But again, the way that I evaluate talent compared to a lot of these other fans and other people that, watch football is going to be completely different. I'm a defensive-minded guy. I'm an offensive line, defensive line-minded kind of guy. D-line, linebacker, corner, safety, O-line, special teams. I don't need to buy into all the fluff at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. I think those positions, 95% of people when they watch football, they watch the offense and they like those positions the most. I'm the opposite. I'm on the opposite side of the ball. I appreciate defense more than offense. And I don't know how many people are like me in this world, but I feel that maybe only 5% of total fans are built like me, that like the underappreciated players more than the, so-called quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, the glorified, positional players. Now, it's not like I hate those players, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. I love them, but I have more love and appreciation for O-line. It's the most important position in football, period. Tien Jose in the building. What's good? All right. So if they didn't trade back, you would assume this would be Marvin Harrison Jr., right? It's like, he's NFL ready. He's not going to fail, so you might as well grab him just like the other three guys. They wanted that guy. They went for it. Tien Jose with a $5. Appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks. Cactus Jack, bang, bang. Let's go, baby. You already know what it is. Well, it's too early to say, because Drake May 2 years ago, I would say, wow, this is good. But last year, when he lost his, NFL wide receiver Josh Downs to the Colts, he didn't play very good. And he's on North Carolina, so the competition wasn't really the greatest. So, again, they're going to have to build around him a massive offensive line, better running backs, better wide receivers, better tight end, better D-line, better linebackers. And they don't got Belichick anymore. So it's like everything has to be brand new. So, who knows if he'll end up panning out or not with the first three quarterbacks. These areas for these three teams isn't the most ideal. Again, there's going to be some pieces that are nice that are on these teams. They have athletic players on all three of these teams, but they have so many holes on the teams as well. So that's what makes me a little concerned. I feel that Drake May has got a better head on his shoulders than Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, if that means anything. I feel that he'll, be able to handle criticism a little bit more, and, he'll be able to go through the tough times a little bit easier, with his brothers and his family structure, but again, if New England doesn't build around him properly, he'll fail. If Washington doesn't build around Daniels and they don't end up getting better coaching, he'll fail. And if Caleb ends up being a diva, he will fail. Like I said, they're all athletic and they show, signs of, promise. But in my opinion, I'm not sold on those three guys. And how often is it when we have three quarterbacks that go 1, 2, 3 that none of them pan out? And if I had to choose one, that might be able to be behind Michael Penix Jr. and Bo Nix, it might be Caleb just because of his athleticism. But until I see him quarterback, ratio, touchdown to interception ratio in the NFL, I'm not going to be able to make a full statement on that yet, because I just feel there's a little immaturity to him and his personality. And I feel like he's more of a social media diva compared to anyone else at quarterback in this draft, and there's a lot of pressure when you get picked 1, 2, or 3. So that's why I feel it's a benefit for Nix and Michael Penix Jr. to go later, less pressure. Who gives a shit? You get picked 10th, 15th, 18th. Who gives a shit? The team is going to be better, less pressure. These guys at the top of the board, lots of fucking pressure. How many guys have failed? Carson Wentz, Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston. You get these guys that have brilliant careers in college, but they can't get it done or they get injured. So, I don't know. I feel that this quarterback draft has been overhyped a lot. You know, the names are cool. The stats were cool in college, but just because you were good in college doesn't mean you're going to perform the same way in the NFL. It's a man's game. So, and there it is, Marvin Harrison Jr. That's the safest pick at 4 to give Kyler a little bit of love, right? All right, so number 5 pick here on the clock is the Chargers, right? So what do you do here at 5? You're waiting for someone to trade up, right? Could it be someone like the Giants or the Vikings that want to trade up, you know, to be able to get their quarterback because they already got Justin Herbert there, you know? And if you're the Chargers, the smartest fit to me, right, would be Joe Alt. You know, if you get one of the best offensive linemen to protect Justin Herbert and Harbaugh, you know, if I'm the Chargers, unless someone trades up to grab, you know, their quarterback of the future, and Malik Neighbors, great. Keenan Allen is gone. That would be a good pick as well. But again, offensive line is always something that's undervalued. And again, Malik Neighbors is more of the saucy pick, right? Just like a Marvin Harrison Jr. But at the end of the day, if you don't have an O-line, you're not going to get the ball to those guys as efficiently as you want. So I think based on all the reports, they got the guy that they wanted. So for them, they got the right pick in their minds, you know, but down the road, will it end up panning out? We'll see. I mean, he'll be better than Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi. So, right. Or quarterbacks could get hurt. And it's not just Michael Penix Jr., you know, that had the injury bug. These guys could get blasted, you know, trying to scramble like Daniels, get hit in the leg, boom, ACL tear. Or look at AR, you know, for the Colts. You know, he's got a Cam Newton frame, and you would think he would be the least likely quarterback to get fucking blasted and injured. What happened? Got blasted, got injured. So, you know, even if you're built like Cam Newton, doesn't mean you can, you know, stay away from these big D linemen, linebackers, and safeties. These guys are professional hitters, you know, and they can injure the shit out of you. Their job is to get at the quarterback and not necessarily injure them, but they're trying to get to the quarterback, and injuries happen. So
I didn't think there was a big difference.
I agree with that as well.
That pick was taken pretty fast. Right? Was there no conversation about coming up?
Jason in the building. What's good?
So a lot of Cardinals fans, when I've done mock draft trades, I'll add like,
Yeah, that's one thing to keep an eye on, though, too. 6'9", 321. That's a big, long legs. But when you think about that, if you get like that Jonathan Ogden, you know, big frame, you got to make sure you're working out and you got good hand and good foot presence. You know, otherwise injuries could happen and he might bust, or he could end up being pretty good. We'll have to wait and find out. So, you know, there's always going to be, you know, concerns when someone is 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" on the line, and you got to make sure you keep your arms and your legs healthy as well as your knees. And that's easier said than done, depending on his genetics. So Chargers on the clock, and we still haven't seen a trade up. All right, let me go let Paisley out of the room here.
I think you're going to see these quarterback teams now sitting till 11, 12.
yeah, and again for Minnesota, like they don't need to get to the next pick. They just need to get higher than anybody else is going to go.
Bowers.
Right.
Bowers is nice, but again, Kyle Pitts, you know, got drafted really high, but they didn't have the right quarterback, Desmond Ridder. So he was supposed to be like a top 5 tight end right out of the gates, or top 6 or top 7, and never got the ball, right? And then you go to a guy like Sam Laporta, had Jared Goff, an amazing, you know, OC and Johnson, right? Got the ball a shitload. And now we know Sam Laporta is going to be a top 4, top 5 tight end for probably the remaining of his career, as long as he can stay with the Lions and they can keep building, right? So you got Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, George Kittle, Sam Laporta, right? And then maybe Brock Bowers could end up being the Laporta, or he might end up being Kyle Pitts in his early career, but now Kirk Cousins is there. So if Cousins can get the ball to Pitts, maybe Kyle Pitts will be a top 7 tight end now moving forward. We don't know. It all depends on if he can build a relationship with Kirk Cousins. So I'm kind of surprised no one is trading up right now. But again, if I was Minnesota and I ended up picking J.J. McCarthy with the 5th pick, I would probably stop being a fan. Like, you think Jay Jetta, Addison, and Hawkinson want fucking J.J. McCarthy? Fuck no. You know what I mean? And then if the Chargers would pick J.J. McCarthy, why would they do that? Right? They got Justin Herbert. You know, it's just stupid. Why? Because Harbaugh is the head coach? Dumb. You know, I always see these dumbass people on ESPN that say these dumbass things. Yeah, I get it. You might want to have a guy, you know, that you coached in college. But for a guy that might be the worst quarterback out of the 6, and you want to pick him number 5 overall? No way.
Third round was the highest.
And we'll go up here so you guys can look at the top of the screen, right? Caleb, Jaden, Drake, Marvin. And that's exactly what all of us predicted even before, the draft started, right? All the mock drafts pretty much had that exact order, So to be like, oh, I'm a fantasy guru. Well, fucking A, man. 99% of the fucking world could predict those 4 picks. But now moving forward, we have to see if there's going to be, a trade. And a lot of people in mock drafts, right? 90% had someone trading up to this pick, either the Giants or the Vikings. So we'll see what they go here. So assuming it'll be maybe Neighbors or Alt. Offensive line is needed, but they do need a replacement for Keenan Allen. They don't got anybody there. Think about all the running backs that they had with Eckler gone, Keenan Allen gone, Mike Williams gone. So they're gonna need someone. So if they end up going Neighbors here, it wouldn't surprise me. And I think that might be the correct pick, to go to Neighbors right here.
I think what they really want is they want to trade down. Like Joe Ortiz in his opening press conference as the general manager, he talked about wanting to.
Mike Greenberg too. Greenberg is a dumbass also. When they had the Mike and Mike show, Golick was the best one, but it is what it is. Running back, wide receiver, tight end, D-line, linebacker, corner, right? So at this point, you're not going to go running back with this pick. So Malik Neighbors right after Marvin goes. It's like fantasy. Someone drafts a tight end and gets Travis Kelce. What happens? Then someone like me goes Mark Andrews, because if you don't, right, then someone else will, and then all the elite tight ends are going to go. So sometimes you have to copy what happened in front of you. Otherwise, you're not going to get that type of player later if that's the guy that you're sold on, even though the wide receiver draft is very deep, right? So we'll see where it goes. But I think, offensive line is definitely a big need. Big need. But again, running back, wide receiver, tight end, D-line, linebacker, corner, supposedly is more of a need for them. So if it's me, I guess, going with Neighbors would probably be the one that I would do if I was the Chargers. Since Keenan Allen's not there, Mike Williams isn't there, you got no one to throw to. The offense looks like shit. So, drafting Neighbors would probably be the smart thing to do here. Or I would have traded back and got picks. That would have probably been smarter. So that way you could get a running back and a wide receiver with this pick instead of just drafting a wide receiver or an offensive lineman, or depending on what they do here. Oh, they went Joe Alt. There you go. So they obviously decided that the wide receiver class is very deep. They don't need Neighbors right now. And they ended up going right there, just like when they got Rashawn Slater, and then they had Penei Sewell on, the Detroit Lions. So I like the pick, and again, you're going to have to get your running backs and wide receivers. But again, they probably have their eye on certain guys in the 2nd and 3rd and 4th round. And then hopefully those guys can play up to the potential of a 1st round guy, right? So there you go. Alt's off the board, and that's what Harbaugh wanted to build around. And, he knows the importance of offensive line, running the football, and a good defense. He's got a lot to do on that Charger team. And, again, the splash pick would have been Neighbors, but, again, trying to be safe. And as long as he doesn't have any problems with his knees, being 6'9", almost, 400 pounds, hopefully that'll work out for the Chargers there. Next pick is going to be with the Giants. Yeah, entire offense is gone. Eckler gone, Williams gone, Keenan Allen gone. And, with Herbert, you got Rashawn Slater, who I like on the line. They had Bulaga after he went from the Packers there. But, again, the offensive line is thin, and they need to be able to beef that up. But, again, there is still some concerns about Alt's height and his weight. So hopefully it'll work out. But 6'9", 321, I mean, he's a good pass blocker, a good run blocker, zone. I mean, he can do it all. But, again, it's all about keeping his body healthy. Well, it was probably going to be either Neighbors or Alt. So, yeah. But also remember, when you lose Eckler and you lose Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, it would have also made sense to go Neighbors or Maserati Marv if he was still there, right? You don't got your 2 starting wide receivers or your starting running back. You're not going to pick a running back this high, but it would have made sense to go that route as well. Since now if Keenan Allen and Mike Williams were there, then you wouldn't. necessarily go for Neighbors, right? You would have gone offensive line. So, but that was the reason why people thought, hey, maybe they will go offensive, weapon at wide receiver because they don't got anybody to throw the goddamn ball to anymore.
But anytime he specifically wants to pass protect his left tackle, so if that's a Fox from Penn State or
You think Rome will go that high over Neighbors and a lot of others?
so far, we've anticipated a bunch. Sure, the Cardinals and the Chargers were like,
I'll laugh if JJ McCarthy goes to the Giants. It'll be like Daniel Jones all over again, and it'll fail. So we'll see if the Giants are stupid or not, and if they go that route. If you were the Giants and you were smart, you would draft Bo Nix or like Michael Penix Jr. You need quarterback, wide receiver, O-line, D-line, linebacker, DB. But if you were smart, instead of going McCarthy, go Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. That would be much better than McCarthy, but we'll see. Allen in the building. What's good?
Some way, shape, or form. Those deep crossing routes over the field off of play action, they were just killing college teams. They didn't have enough people back to play. So now you've got the ability to not just play power.
The pick is in. I'll laugh if it ends up being J.J. McCarthy.
Off of the back end of that, take a little pressure off your quarterback. Yeah, but that's a statement. You want to have a way to attack Mahomes and company. Go in there and have the ability to run the football and play a little power, keep them over on the bench for a while. And I think that's what Harbaugh did.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Now, the Giants are on the clock. I don't want to jump over the Giants. We're talking about the
Malik Neighbors, J.J. McCarthy. We'll see where they go. There you go, Malik Neighbors. At least they didn't go J.J. McCarthy, dummies. Malik Neighbors to the Giants.
They were not out of the quarterback conversation with Daniel Jones there as well, and they've ended up going with Malik Neighbors. Look, I think there's absolutely a valid conversation to be had about Neighbors versus Marvin Harrison. The explosiveness that Neighbors brings, that fluidity of movement, yes, at his size is incredible. The only concern I have with Neighbors is the way he gets the line of scrimmage, and that's in a shoulder shrug way. Which gets him into trouble sometimes. There's a bunch of plays where, hey, when he gets stuck,
Giants like the LSU receivers. Well, again, I mean, if you would have ended up picking J.J. McCarthy, I think every Giant fan would have just lost their shit, right? So I would assume that some Giants fans are probably upset, with the pick, but, it's better than McCarthy, So at least you end up filling a need. But again, who knows if he'll end up panning out there. All right, here we go. Next up, we got the Tennessee Titans. That's why I was feeling that Rome wasn't going to get drafted, Matt, over Neighbors or over, even though he might be, we'll see if he ends up proving himself and getting on the right situation, but I don't think a lot of people had Rome going over Maserati Marv or Neighbors. And if you guys want, background music that I normally have on the streams, let me know if you're cool without it. I just got, obviously, the, TV here on the background as well with the discussion. So, but you guys let me know if you want the background music turned on. I can turn it on. If you don't want it, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's up to you guys. Titans got a lot of work, to be able to get done. That's big facts. And then we'll take a quick peek at the top so you guys can see what we got working with Caleb. Number 1 to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to the Commandos, Drake May to the Patriots, Maserati Marv to the Cardinals. That was very predictable. Joe Alt, we thought, would probably be either that or a receiver to the Chargers at 5, Neighbors, to the Giants. And now we got the Titans on the clock. No trades just yet.
But from the slot, you're running 4-3 out of the slot. That's dangerous. You better hit that jam if you're going to get out.
That's what Tyreek Hill started doing, right? That was how first made an impact, was running those slots.
God, I love the NFL draft. Did you guys see the camera pan where they showed all the people in Detroit? Man, it was amazing. Shout out to all the people watching on Twitter/X as well as YouTube. I love you and I appreciate you. You guys are always loyal to the soil. Appreciate y'all. Predictions here with the Titans. I mean, it doesn't matter who the Titans pick. They're really in a bad situation. You know, like I said, they're far from where they were when they had Tannehill when he was good, Derrick Henry when he was good. And then they had AJ Brown. At one point they were, the top team in the AFC South, but now I'm not sure, even if they hit on a few drafts, I don't really see them being able to compete with Houston or Indianapolis or Jacksonville for years. We'll see.
They have added new bodies to that offensive line to give them the flexibility here to think, okay, we have the opportunity to go get a major.
Yeah. Certain teams like certain players from certain conferences for sure. Absolutely. Or if they have a specific college that they like picking players from, if you notice, it usually repeats itself over and over and over again, I mean, anybody can be like, oh, I want Georgia players like the Eagles, or Alabama players, but if you go deeper than that, you'll see a trend.
And excuses now gone for Daniel Jones, right?
Oh, no question.
So what they're going to do, I'm sure, is come back with an offensive lineman with their next pick. Go receiver, go offensive line. So here you go. Right?
All right, Titans needs wide receiver, offensive line, edge, and DB. I mean, they probably have the worst wide receiver, overall collective unit in the NFL. So, maybe grabbing Rome here would actually be smart. You know what I mean? Obviously, they need someone to be able to throw him the damn ball. I'm not really sold on any of the quarterbacks the Titans have had, since Tannehill was good years ago. But again, they need offensive weapons. Their wide receiving core is terrible.
So I think we all agree that top three receiver category separates.
And obviously, you're seeing wide receivers fly off the board with Maserati Marv and Malik Neighbors. Getting Rome right here would be something. And obviously with Finley, they could always go this route as well. But offensive line or wide receiver would probably be the best fit for them, the smartest.
Go reach a little bit for an offensive lineman that may be a bit of a project, or trade back if you can. But I don't think anybody's trading up for a quarterback. I think they'll trade up for a receiver.
Well, it's true. Nobody traded up for a quarterback, but nobody also traded up for a receiver. They're making this selection, and it is J.C. Latham.
J.C. Latham. Oh, reflect. That's the guy. You love J.C. Latham. I like that pick. That was a guy, good size, 6'6", 342. Me and Reflect have had many, many talks. He wanted the Seahawks to grab a player like him, kind of a Tristan Wirfs type of guy. You know what I mean? Kind of a different type of body frame. But anytime you get a guy that's got the speed, and that can actually play multiple positions possibly if needed, interesting. This is a good pick, the Titans have so many fucking holes though. You know what I mean? But again, they felt that this is the piece that could help them out, the most immediately to be able to give them some coverage with their quarterback. So damn, he went a lot earlier than people thought. I know people were hoping that Latham would be on the board 15, 16, 18, but look at that. Look how high Latham went. Wow. Latham is nice. Like I said, and Reflect, was giving me information about him like months ago. He's like, you got to watch out for the Latham guy, and again, sometimes you got to, and it's easy to be able to look at Georgia and Alabama players, but not every Georgia and Bama player is going to pan out, But dude, 6'6", 342, pass blocking, run blocking, a little bit better at pass blocking, 81.7 grade, 79.6 run blocking grade, but he's a good zone block player as well. But the pass block efficiency, 98.1. So obviously when they're trying to, find the receivers, to get a little bit more time, for their quarterbacks, we'll see how it goes. I mean, do you guys believe in Will Levis or Mason Rudolph or Malik Willis? I don't think anyone believes in any of those guys. I feel that Will Levis showed flashes, but still, he's more of a backup quarterback in my eyes. But again, he'll have to be the quarterback until they get someone better. If they end up going in the draft next year for a quarterback, possibly if he doesn't do well. So that's going to help Levis quite a bit. He fucking ghosted it. No toilet paper. Yeah, but again, no matter what the Titans do, right? Does anyone think that they're going to be able to compete with Houston, Indy, or Jacksonville? I mean, they're going to be sitting at the bottom, probably like Chicago, no matter what they do. It's like certain teams are going to be looking up for quite some time. They had their run with Henry, A.J. Brown, and Tannehill, and now it's done. And now you're going to have to go on a whole nother rebuild. And the Titans might not be good for 5 to 10 years, from now. I mean, hopefully for their fan base, they will be, but we'll see. Left-handed it. He just straight ghosted it. Just shot it out. He said, I didn't need it. I don't need to wipe. He said, it's shot out. I'm good. Six 342. That was a good pick. But again, if you're J.C. Latham, you're probably not that excited. You're like, yes, I got drafted super high, right? But you're going to, God dang, it's like the Titans. And it's one thing if they actually had Tannehill there and he was still good, or like Derrick Henry, but you're not even blocking for Derrick Henry anymore. A.J. Brown isn't there. Tannehill isn't there. They got the worst wide receiver and tight end core in the NFL. So I get it. You ended up getting that O-line, but you're going to have to get some wide receivers and tight ends on that group as well. All right, on the clock here is the Atlanta Falcons. Any predictions here for Atlanta?
Falcons on the clock here. I haven't had the pick spoiled like it was when we were in the last commercial break, so we still get to talk about it.
Let's text Zach.
If it's a, let me tell that. I am so very curious.
Matt's like, I'm just going to read the name that's on the screen. Dallas Turner.
This has been a pretty chalk draft so far. The chalk pick has been Dallas Turner.
6'3", 247. D-line and corner are the Falcons' team needs. And it's not like they're going to go for, Koopa Dejan, the DB Koopa. They're not going to go that route. It would probably be smartest for Atlanta to go D-line. D-line and corner are their needs, so it'd probably be D-line. Whoever you have as the best D-lineman in your book, that's who you draft if you're Atlanta.
Really good offense this offseason because their quarterback is a good roster. And it gave them
Man, pick is in. That was quick.
Deal with all these questions that we're asking about the fight. They're going to get their quarterback. They got him. So now I wonder about Kirk Cousins, the guy that can't get over the hump and win playoff games and everything. What if he really loaded up on play? Like, they're loaded up. They're pretty good. Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and Darnell Mooney. What if Atlanta? Just get Brock Bowers in there to be your big slump. Just get Roma Tunze. Kirk Cousins, really with Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes.
Or it'd be really crazy if the Falcons, right, if they went Brock Bowers and then they had Kyle Pitts and Brock Bowers and did the whole New England double tight end set that they had with Aaron Hernandez and Gronk. If you really want to climb up the board and catch up to the Saints and the Bucks, in the NFC South. Again, you do need D-line and, you do need other positions like corner. That is a need, you know what I mean? But that would be crazy if they kind of went outside the box and did something like that. Obviously, that wouldn't be good for Kyle Pitts. But, Brock Bowers would get the ball from Kirk Cousins. But again, I know that's not going to happen. I'd be shocked.
The Atlanta Falcons take quarterback Michael Penix
Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. So after Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix Jr. Look how high he went. Say over J.J. McCarthy and over Bo Nix. So that means Bo Nix is still in line to go to Denver. And so that means after Kirk Cousins, right, that he can be mentored and sit underneath him. And then we're going to see another Michael Vick left-handed quarterback in the NFC South. Wow. And he might not play right away. He might have to sit like Jordan Love did behind Aaron Rodgers. But again, if they can build around him, wow. Did anyone see that coming? I don't think they wasted the pick, because if they feel after Kirk Cousins, depending on if he gets hurt, with the knee, and they want to make sure that they have a quarterback for the future to keep up with the Saints and the Bucks, is there other positions that you could have gotten? Yes, but this is probably the best quarterback in the draft. So if they can mentor him like they did with Jordan Love, this could actually, help the Falcons get to first place in the NFC South one day. So I actually, think it's a surprising pick. Man, yeah, Alt already went to the Chargers. Number 5, Odin. Man, Falcons, there you go. I like the pick, actually, because I think that Michael Penix Jr. is the best quarterback in the draft. And again, if you sit him behind Kirk Cousins, he can learn. He doesn't have the pressure to perform right away. Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, you saw what happened, right? Going from one to the other. Sometimes you got to wait your turn. And even if that means him waiting a couple years. And what happens if Kirk Cousins has an injury? Then you can have someone that you can believe in go in right away and show what they can do. So it's a surprising pick, but if it's the best quarterback in the draft and they believe that, that's going to be better than a Dallas Turner who may or may not pan out, or a corner. So I actually think that's a sneaky, fucking really good pick. Now, I wish it wasn't going to be going against my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but I absolutely, and you got to think, Michael Vick, they love the lefties. They had one there. I told you who are the 2 quarterbacks that I loved prior to Michael Penix Jr. Michael Vick, Johnny Football, keeping it in-house in Atlanta with a lefty. And obviously they had Michael Vick dreams. They wanted to have them reoccur again. And I think Falcons fans are going to be super excited. Again, they might not be excited today because, yes, you need, a corner and you need D-line. But if you're looking at long-term future for Michael Penix Jr. coming in, if, Kirk Cousins gets hurt, or if Cousins only plays a couple years and then they have another guy possibly for 5 or 10, I mean, they're setting themselves up for the future to win the NFC South or compete with the Saints and the Bucks. I like it. That's the best. That's the best pick in the draft so far. Atlanta is killing it. ATL all day, every day. Odin. Odin's like, shit, he ended up going to the rival. What do you think about it, Reflect? You know what I'm saying? I have to think long-term, and again, Dallas Turner, what happens if he ends up getting hurt, or, it doesn't work out, or you end up getting a corner and then they get hurt. Corners get hurt all the time, but instead of getting thrown into the fire right away, learning from someone like Kirk Cousins. Now, if they didn't get Kirk Cousins and they picked him, of course, better than Ritter, right? Desmond Ritter was a flop. So I really like this development, no pressure. And, and they might be sitting pretty at quarterback now for the next 5 to 10 years. Cousins, and obviously now with Michael Penix Jr. Unbelievable. He's going to look damn good in that jersey. Wow. I love it, man. I love it. Atlanta won the draft so far. Megan in the building. What's good? Honestly, if Michael Penix Jr. went to Seattle, it would be a big benefit for the team, because then he would just sit behind Geno. And if he ends up being the best quarterback in the draft, then you have a guy that could be a quarterback for the next 5 to 10 years after Geno. So, some people may not, see the full potential in Michael Penix Jr. like me and Reflect do, but I feel that he is the best quarterback in the draft. So I think that it was the steal of the draft so far. And for all the people that thought he was not going to get drafted very high, I think that he's better than what we got in the top 3. And those 3 guys are going to get thrown into the fire. And I'm not sure if they're mentally tough to be able to come out of the other end. But now you got a guy that doesn't even need to play right away unless Cousins gets hurt, or Cousins will mentor him, and then they can build and build and build. And even if that means that Michael Penix Jr. has to wait 2 years, 3 years to play, he'll be so ready at that point that maybe that'll be the guy, and they won't have to worry about quarterback for a long, long time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
and then put him out there. Like, I don't think anybody looks at Michael.
Well, you have your opinion, Megan. We have ours, right? Everyone has their own opinion on who they like and who they don't like. So that's completely fair. But Michael Penix Jr. is the best quarterback in this draft, in my opinion. Bears team needs next up. We got wide receiver and D-line. Yeah, and see, now there's going to be teams right now like the Raiders, right, that were possibly looking, or maybe the Vikings, or maybe the Rams trading up. I think that they were sneakily going to, depending on if, he made it past 10 or around that point, I think that there would be more people. Shep, bro, you just got the best quarterback in the draft. You got Michael Penix Jr., bro, behind Kirk Cousins. Unbelievable. You still need D-line, and you still need corner. Unbelievable, bro. You stole the show. ATL is set up for success, man. And again, you still can pick your D-line and get your corner in the second and third round. Shep. Michael Vick back in the building. This is going to bring so much energy. Yes, you picked Michael Penix Jr., bro. Amazing. Best pick in the draft so far. And again, I feel he's the most polished, the most seasoned. He doesn't have to play right away unless Cousins gets re-aggravating the injury. He could sit like Jordan Love did for a year or two, right? Then come in, be 100% ready. And again, some people were doubting Jordan Love. And then when we saw him play, there's no more doubts. So sometimes it's better to sit behind someone for a year or two, and then instead of getting thrown into the fire right away, I don't mind as long as you got someone that's going to mentor you, the right way. And unbelievable. Stole the draft, man. And if you're the Bears right here, you get offensive line. If it's not offensive line, what are you doing? Rome Odunze. There you go. And Caleb and Rome, they, ended up being on the same flight together. There was a connection with the two of them. And, obviously they're going to need, other pieces other than a wide receiver. You already got Keenan Allen. You got DJ Moore. So what this tells me that the Bears are doing, that they're just trying to put butts in the seats. They're not serious of trying to, get past the Vikings and the Packers and the Lions. All they're trying to do is pick splash players, right? And Rome is a good player. You know what I mean? But I don't think that was the smartest pick for the Bears. You should have went offensive line to be able to protect Caleb. So now you got Caleb and you got Keenan Allen and you got DJ Moore and Rome Odunze. But if your offensive line is dog shit, how the hell are you going to get the ball to Rome? How the hell are you going to get the ball to Keenan Allen? How the hell are you going to get the ball to DJ Moore and Cole Kmet? So I get it. You're trying to build, running backs, wide receivers. You know what I mean? But bad teams draft this way. Right? Good teams, they battle inside out, not outside in. And I like Rome a lot. Don't get me wrong. I like Rome a lot. But again, the Bears fucked up, and they definitely should have paired up an offensive line to protect Caleb. They don't give a shit about Caleb and protecting him. So now they just pick a wide receiver. Then they're going to be able to get an offensive lineman later, but the quality won't be as good. So right now, that just tells me they're trying to put butts in the seats. They don't care about long-term winning. Yeah, Dallas Turner, would have been a decent pick, Shep, for you. But I think that if you're looking for your future, Cousins, and then now getting a guy that could be the best quarterback in this draft and going long-term, that move is going to be more significant than Dallas Turner. That move, could end up putting the Falcons in first place and winning the NFC South sooner than later. And then if something happens to Cousins and he tears an ACL, boom, you got the best option at a quarterback as a backup in the league. You know what I'm saying? I'm jealous. I am fucking jealous right now. NFC South, what'd it do? Let's go. Dude, seriously, out of all the moves so far, everyone, again, like some people, like Megan, maybe she's a Caleb guy. She's a USC fan. Maybe doesn't see what I see and Reflect sees in Michael Penix Jr. But again, everyone's going to have their favorites, on who they like and who they don't like. But I like character people. I look deeper than the average person. I'm going to look, on many, many categories, the completion percentage, touchdown to interception ratio, how they play against good teams, how they play against bad teams. Are they coachable? I like to look at many, many, many categories, and Penix is number one on my board at quarterback by a lot. And I just can't believe Atlanta pulled the trigger. And the thing is, if they didn't, then I think that the Rams would have traded up or the Raiders would have picked him. And again, if he was on the Raiders, he would have played right away. And if he was on the Rams, you can either play right away or, sit back and wait. So unbelievable. Great pick for Rome. And again, we'll see how it all pans out for Caleb, Jalen, Drake, and now obviously with Michael Penix Jr. And then, Bo Nix should be the next quarterback drafted, and then JJ McCarthy after that. And then we'll see what the Seahawks end up doing coming up in a few picks. Megan wants Jackson Powers Johnson. I want Jackson Powers Johnson at 26. So we'll see if she gets her player at center for the Hawks, or if I end up getting him to slide all the way to Tampa Bay. Vikings team needs quarterback, tight end, guard, center, D-line, DB. Man. Yeah. The thing is, that the Rome pick, he's a great player. But again, if you don't have an offensive line, you don't have running backs, and you don't have a defense, why are you just getting quarterbacks and wide receivers? You already have Keenan Allen, who's a stud, Hall of Famer. You got DJ Moore. You got Cole Kmet. Right? You're not the same without David Montgomery. Your offensive line stinks. You have no defense. So picking Rome was a little premature. I think Rome would have been better off going to a different team, because what's Rome going to be instead of the first option? He's going to be like the third, and I don't know, it might end up working out if they end up getting offensive line. But if the Bears are just going to be picking splash players, it's not going to work out. They're going to end up finishing last in the NFC North. They're going to be, and they maybe can get third over the Vikings, depending on who they get. But now the Minnesota Vikings are going to pick JJ McCarthy, and every Viking fan is going to, stop being a fan. So McCarthy here, and then Nix to Denver. But then you better pray that the Raiders don't pick Nix, which they could do. All right, man. Take care. Yeah, I don't think the Raiders would go for Nix. And I don't think they would go for JJ either. They'll go for other positions, and they'll stay with Aiden, for at least another year. And then in the following draft, they'll go there. Chief in the building. What's good, brother? What's good? Ryan in the building. What's good? I think it was good. Again, it was either going to be a wide receiver, Malik Neighbors, right? Who obviously most people wanted because after Maserati Marv, and now you got Rome. But you got Harbaugh there. So what does he want? He wants to be able to build it inside out. O-line, D-line, defense, right? And then eventually the wide receiver class is really deep, right? So that means if you end up getting Alt to front up the line with Rashawn Slater, and then you end up getting a guy like Troy Franklin from the Ducks, right? It's not that far behind Malik Neighbors, and then you get a 2-for-1. So I actually like it, but you just got to hope that Alt being 6'9", 315, 320, he doesn't have leg problems because he's so big. But as long as he can stay healthy, I think it could be a nice pairing with Rashawn Slater. It's not the sexy pick as Malik Neighbors, and I know you're disappointed, Ryan, because you got no Eckler, you got no Mike Williams, you got no Keenan Allen. You need weapons, right? But to be able to be good in football, you got to have a good offensive line, and the good teams will build there first. And if the wide receiver class is deeper than the O-line class, you grab the O-lineman first, and then you get the wide receiver later. So, and again, you could still get a player like a Troy Franklin, on a team like the Chargers later, and then you could still get a 2-for-1 instead of picking Neighbors and then not getting an offensive lineman as good as Alt later, if that makes sense. So, yeah, but if they have no offensive line, no running back, terrible coach, right? It's a shitty move, right? See, you're like a lot of, if you're looking at it from that perspective, you're looking at it based off offensive talent. But if the offensive line can't block, how is Caleb going to get Rome the ball? How is Caleb going to, get the ball to, each individual? Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, no offensive line. You think that he's just going to be able to run around and he's going to do whatever he wants like Patrick Mahomes? We'll find out, But again, if you don't got an offensive line, no running back to take off the pressure, defense is terrible, right? I mean, you guys have seen bad offensive lines and what happens. You can't move the football. Just go back and watch any Minnesota Viking game last year, Running backs can't run. After Dalvin Cook left, that running game sucked ass. They're like, oh, Madison could be the starter. Bullshit. It's terrible. So. Yeah, I don't think the Vikings would have picked Michael Penix Jr. Maybe they would have. I think it would have been a good fit. The Vikings and Rams were probably the best fit, but now you don't even have to worry about playing right away, which might, if Michael Penix Jr. is looking at it long term, it's brilliant. But if you're looking at it short term, you're like, fuck, I want to play. I want to prove myself, right? I want to get out there and show that I'm the best quarterback in the draft. But now Kirk Cousins is there. But after that big knee surgery, who's to say that Kirk makes it the whole year? And he might have to sit 2 or 3 years. But by that time, Penix is going to be so good to go that they might be able to roll with him for like 10 years after. So, again, you either look short term or you look long term. So we'll see where it goes.
Building new identity that what they were able to do over the last couple of years. But this feels like
Brock Bowers or Malik Neighbors from LSU. But again, how good did that work for you before, Ryan? Having quarterback Herbert, Eckler, right? Mike Williams, right? Keenan Allen. How many playoff games did you guys go to? Was the offensive line good? No, it wasn't. Was the defense good? Even though it had a bunch of big names, right? Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, right? Derwin James, Asante Samuel Jr. How good were you guys? It didn't work out. So you can have names at the skill position, but if it's not a team, it doesn't fucking work. And you're cursed with injuries, right? So you got to be able to think about it on that end as well. So Atlanta grabbed Michael Penix Jr. Yeah, terrible move. I love Rome. Dumbest move ever. You know what I mean? You get a number 1 quarterback, the offensive line stinks, and then you go for a wide receiver after DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Cole Kmet at tight end are already there. Like, do you have a brain? I mean, that shows you there's certain organizations that are smart and there's ones that are stupid. The Bears are stupid, and that's why they're going to be sitting at 3rd and 4th place looking up at Green Bay and Detroit for fucking, the next 50 years. So the 85 Bears are never coming back. That was dumb. And again, even if you pick an offensive lineman and they get hurt, at least you picked the right position. There was no reason for them to pick Rome there. You got Keenan Allen. You got DJ Moore. Like, what's Rome going to be, the 3rd option? You picked a 3rd option wide receiver with that pick in the 1st round in the top 10 pick. I don't know. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Chief with Chief in the building. What's good? Amber in the building. What's good?
The one guy, though, that I could put down on I would take him on my team anytime, anywhere. Graham Barton from Duke. Let's go. I think he can play any position. And the NFL.
Yeah, I think the Broncos have a good chance to get Nix. I think that's going to happen. Best pick so far in the draft, Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. And I think that, learning from Kirk Cousins, kind of following into the Jordan Love footsteps, just like Aaron Rodgers had to wait behind Brett Favre. There is a formula that shows if you sit instead of play right away, the player hates it. Us as fans, we hate it, right? But when that guy gets his chance, chances are, if he, is disciplined, it's going to work out. We had questions about Jordan Love, but after 5 games, we were like, oh, we were sold, right? He still made mistakes, but you saw the talent there. And sometimes you need to be able to sit for a couple years, even if you're 24, I think it was brilliant, like I said, and it was a surprising move, but I think Falcons fans, again, you could have got Dallas Turner, but what happens if you draft Dallas Turner and then he ends up tearing an ACL or he underachieves? At least this way, you're setting yourself up for the next 10 to 15 years, or at least 10 years, Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix Jr. You don't got to worry about quarterback for the next 10 years. You're set. Now you can focus on O-line and D-line and defense, and getting better running backs, to pair up with Bijan, better wide receivers. So, again, sometimes people are looking short-term. Some people are going to go long-term. So.
All these teams are the teams who need a guard, you might need a tackle. Graham Barton might fill multiple roles, give you the tap, sit behind the tackles in New York if that's the case. So that's what gives Barton, I think, the edge. He can fit with so many different teams.
JJ McCarthy to the Vikings. If I was a Viking fan, I would be sick. If I was Jay Jetta, I just would want to be traded. Addison, I want out. Hawkinson, I want out. That was the dumbest thing ever. You know what I mean? If anything, grab something else. If you're going to grab a player, grab Bo Nix. You know what I mean? Bo Nix would have a better chance to be able to succeed in Minnesota than JJ. But again, that's real tough. So now you're going to have the Vikings be shitty and probably the Bears be shitty. And now it's just going to be Green Bay and Detroit by default for the next 10 years. That's what it shows you. Smart teams make smart moves. Dumb teams make dumb moves. And that was dumb by the Bears and dumb by the Vikings. So unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So I think that he's got that flexibility to it, just like you talked about with Clark.
Yeah, Bo's gonna go to the Broncos 100%. And that's actually, and the Broncos, it's not like he's gonna 100% succeed there. He might be like Baker Mayfield, where he may not succeed, and maybe the second or third team, depending on if Sean Payton can get it done or if he gets fired, right? But I think that it puts him in a position where he's gonna struggle, right? But hopefully they can find a way to make it work. And if it doesn't, maybe he'll work on his second or third team. Olu gets drafted. There we go. No D lineman off the board yet. So it shows you, all the hype for the D lineman, a little bit of a reach still. Man, that's crazy. And you got to think, that Michael Vick vibes, they felt it. Lefty, you know what I mean? The brother, in the ATL, he's gonna man, the fan base, some of them are going to be pissed that they can't use a player immediately, like a defensive lineman, right? I get it, right? But again, it's better than picking the wrong guy, unbelievable.
Smith's injury history. So I think it's a great fit. We'll see what he can become as a run blocker.
Olu, and obviously Olu is, good because that's going to help Aaron Rodgers. But the thing that you have to worry about is at MetLife with that turf, regardless of what position you play, people are going to continue to get hurt until they go grass. So that turf monster is going to get ACLs. So regardless if it's Aaron Rodgers or someone else, they need to fix that. I mean, if I was the Jets and I was the owner, I would pay like $5 million and make that bitch grass, because not only is it going to help players that you're playing against, it's going to help your own team. Why invest millions of dollars in guys like Aaron Rodgers if he can't even make it because the field is terrible? We should make it grass for every single team. I don't know why we haven't done that just yet. It would definitely help out with all the ACLs, MCLs, and PCLs. Big facts. Broncos on the clock. Bo Nix, baby. You'd be stupid not to pick Bo Nix here. Of course, Dallas Turner, right? Quinion Mitchell. That would be, something that they could do, for sure. But, look at your quarterback room, You know what I'm saying? The three quarterbacks they got in the room, you want Zach Wilson to be the starting quarterback? Fuck no. Okay. So again, you can always get a Dallas Turner or Quinion Mitchell later. If the Broncos don't pick Bo Nix, every Bronco fan is just going to jump through the fucking window. Let me tell you.
One interesting thing, though, Tyron Smith walked in at left tackle, Morgan Moses at right tackle. Boston isn't the type of guy that should just, start at guard and then kick out to tackle, and he's probably sitting.
Yeah, but also Bowers is only going to be effective if you have a quarterback that can get him the ball. You know what I'm saying? So again, look at Kyle Pitts. He was like top 5 guy, never got the ball, and he wasn't even like a top 15 or 20 tight end, but then you look at a guy like Sam Laporta that got the ball. Now he's a top 4 tight end moving forward. But now you got Kirk Cousins, right? And you got Michael Penix Jr. So maybe Kyle Pitts' stock will go up. So it really depends on a Bowers type of pick. Do they actually have an OC and a quarterback that will go to the tight end? Otherwise, it's going to be a wasted pick.
From the bench without, getting yourself into bad habits. Like, remember,
one of my best friends, Justin, is just like Matt. He's a Bronco fan, Duck fan, Mariner fan, together, and we're both Blazer fans. But it should be Bo Nix. We'll see if Sean Payton has any pull in this pick or not. But again, the 3 quarterbacks that they have in the room right now, if Matt wants to type those 3 names that you have now in the quarterback room, and if you feel comfortable with any of those.
Oh man, I hope that this is true. I think we're about to stick in right here. You know what it is?
Bo Nix is going to Broncos.
Bo Nix to the Broncos. Let's go. Bo Nix, baby. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Bo. And that's the exact right pick that you should have done. Bo Nix. Let's go. And we all predicted that it was going to be Denver. They did it. And there you go. That is a perfect pick. You can get, someone else later, but the 3 quarterbacks that you have in the room right now are terrible, right? Including Zach Wilson. Now you got a guy that you can build around. Well, it may or may not work, with Denver, but you picked the right position at this moment, and we'll see if it works out. If it doesn't, I still think Bo can pan out on his second or third team, and a good comparison will be like Baker Mayfield. Had a little bit of success with Cleveland, went to the Rams with Sean McVay, ended up on my Buccaneers. So this is perfect. And every Bronco fan now can end up rejoicing. I'm watching a PFF stream that obviously has the inside. I got Chris Collinsworth here. So some people are watching it on NFL Network. Some are watching it on ESPN or ABC. I'm watching on Fubo, right? And I'm watching PFF with Collinsworth. And they got the inside track even before you guys see it here on the screen. Bo Nix to the Broncos. Broncos country, let's ride.
I want to get into what Nix was able to do at Oregon.
Let's go, baby. Great pick. And again, he'll have a chance to try to work it out. Denver needs O-line. They need running back. They need wide receivers. They need a fucking defense. So there's no guarantee Bo Nix pans out there, but it's nice that he gets drafted there, gets mentored by Sean Payton. He's mature. He's 24. He's already married, right? And then from there on, if it doesn't work out, he'll go to another team, and eventually it's going to work out like Baker Mayfield. But hopefully for my friend Justin, one of my best friends, right, as well as Matt, that hopefully it works out for the Broncos and he can have him there, for his whole career. So let's go. Let's go. Bo to the Broncos, baby. And again, that situation, is kind of like the Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, as well as JJ McCarthy. If you're looking at those teams, it's not a guarantee. Oh my God, they're going to make the team better. Like I said, it's going to be hit or miss. And the best situation is Michael Penix Jr. on Atlanta. And he won't even be playing right away. All of these quarterbacks are going to be playing right away, except Michael Penix Jr. And, and I feel that he's the best one on the board, and he'll wait and he'll sit like Jordan Love. And then we'll see that he is the best one. And I hope that these other guys will pan out on these teams, but Chicago, not a good track history. Washington, not a good track history. New England, not a good track history. Starting over, right? JJ McCarthy, no offensive line, no defense, no running back. Don't think it's going to work out there in Minnesota. If I was Minnesota, I would probably be the most pissed because you could have had Bo Nix and you went for JJ McCarthy. Why? Because you're in Minnesota and you're a Big Ten guy and you think that the Big Ten is better than the Pac-12? All right. Because if you put Bo Nix on Minnesota, you get more wins than you would with JJ McCarthy.
Kenny Pickett's the only first-round quarterback a couple years ago. This year, it actually happened. 6 quarterbacks in the top 10. Everybody got a guy. Maybe not their guy, but they got a guy.
What's really interesting this year to me is that all these quarterbacks are very different stylistically. And I do wonder. So
Bo Nix, baby.
The one guy,
You guys are all behind. I'm a super ahead. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All the QBs are gone. Look how fast they went off the board. Congrats, Broncos fans. But again, if you don't put the right offensive line, running backs, wide receivers, and defense, Bo won't work there. But at least he'll get a chance, and then we'll see. But again, a good comparison will be Baker Mayfield. A lot of people didn't believe in him, right away, right? But after what we saw, flashes in Cleveland got him a win, got him to the playoffs, right? Then we saw Baker go to the Rams, show a little bit of flash, and then what we saw with him with the Buccaneers, sometimes you got to wait until you get to that second or third team before you make it. But hopefully for Justin and for Matt, it works out. Oh, all my Bronco buddies are super excited. And Matt and my buddy Justin are also Duck fans. So Duck fans, Bronco fans, getting Bo, perfect. Worked out great.
Bo Nix is one of the most fascinating QB prospects of
And sometimes a change of scenery is good, just like when he went to Auburn to Oregon. A lot of people didn't know how good he would be and definitely took it, to a whole nother level. So,
Then he transfers to Oregon.
oh man, my buddy's pumped. Let's go. And of course, they had to go quarterback looking at that quarterback room.
Negatively graded throw, right? He's just all over the place. Listen. And then at Oregon, one of the best we've ever seen. And he's 98 percentile as far as just negative plays, just not turning the ball over, not missing throws. Now the offense had something to do with it, but he transformed this game. And I'll make my Parcells joke again. Remember the Parcells rule? How many starts he needed for a quarterback? He wanted 30 starts for a quarterback to draft him.
Oh, in college,
In
right?
college, right? Well, Bo Nix did that.
Okay, check it out. So you have Zach Wilson, right? You got Jarrett Stidham and Ben DiNucci. So those are all backups, right? So they had to go quarterback. And I'm not really sure who the second string is. Who would you guys put at second string? DiNucci, that former Cowboy, Stidham, right? Where you saw him early on a couple different teams, or would you go Zach Wilson? Probably Zach Wilson or DiNucci, probably, I would assume. Let's go. Let's go. Raiders on the clock.
The draft portal or the transfer portal
Man,
made Bo Nix so much money. It's ridiculous. It's crazy because what it turned him into
unbelievable.
was a pro-style quarterback at Oregon, and his ability to adapt and change.
Raiders. We still haven't had a D lineman off the board, huh?
It's an amazing story. It really is.
That's wild. Looking at the picks, right? So we got quarterback, wide receiver, offensive tackle, wide receiver, offensive tackle, Michael Penix Jr., right? Quarterback, wide receiver, quarterback, offensive tackle, quarterback. Are we going to see something other than those few positions? Seahawks are going to have a very good opportunity here to get a great O-lineman, a great center, great guard, great tackle, or a great pass rusher. You're going to be able to have your choice. Selection made. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. And of course, offensive line and defensive line would probably have been more of a need, but they probably were like, damn, we just can't let him go. He's too high on the board. So there goes. And then we'll see if Aiden can get him the ball. It's a Darren Waller replacement, right? And obviously we knew after Waller kept getting hurt and going to the Giants, right? So, they want to be able to have that check down guy for Aiden or the future Raider quarterback this year, next year, or the following year. So they're filling in the pieces. Next up, the New Orleans Saints for Amber. So where are we going here? Best defensive player in the draft is debatable. You can ask a lot of people in the room who they think the best is. I'm not sure if there is a real definitive number one guy that everyone can agree on, right? But right now with the Saints, right? Nobody believes in Carr. Saints fans hate him. They wish he wasn't fucking there. They want Drew Brees back, but it's better than Jameis, right? AK-41's getting a little bit older. Michael Thomas is fucking done, right? But at least they got, a few other pieces there, to be able to, flash a little bit. But offensive line, and then some defensive positions. We know the Saints year in and year out are pretty good at defense, but offensive line would probably be the smartest pick, for the Saints. Amber knows. We're on this. Me and Amber are on the same page. I might be a Buck fan, but I like to follow everything in the NFC South: Falcons, Saints, Panthers. I'm gonna, follow everything. And isn't it wild that we're this far into the draft and we haven't seen one defensive edge rusher, D tackle, linebacker, safety, corner? Like, think about that for the second. When's the last time we've been this far into the draft, almost halfway into the first round? Not one defensive player. Very sus. Very sus. I know that the Raiders draft pisses you off, right? But Bowers is like a Sam Laporta. So I'm not sure if you watch Georgia games, or not. But again, if you get him the ball enough, it'll be, like that Darren Waller presence. And, he has a chance to end up being, one of the top 10 tight ends, and he could end up being top 6, top 7 right out of the gates. Yes, there are more important positions other than Brock Bowers. 100%. There was a lot that you needed: offensive line, defensive line. I would have probably went those areas, but sometimes when you have a player that good, then they got tempted, and as long as he doesn't get hurt, we'll see where it goes. But you have to make sure you get him the ball. You can't be like Kyle Pitts with like Desmond Ridder, where you're wasting a top pick on him. It has to be like Sam Laporta. You got to have the right OC, the right quarterback in Goff, the right OC in Johnson, and give the ball to Laporta, even though you have Amon-Ra and a few others, right? You got Jahmyr Gibbs, you got Montgomery, but they made it a purpose to give Laporta the ball, and he turned himself into a top 4, top 5 tight end moving forward for, a foreseeable future. So Dallas Turner's still sitting on the board. Byron Murphy, best fit, supposedly. Yeah, Carr is not a good fit. I'm not trying to be a hater on Carr, because I thought Carr and Tannehill and Kirk Cousins years back were like 10, 11, 12. They weren't top 10. They were like borderline 10, 11, 12, 13, something like that, sometimes 14, 15. But for a while, being the 11th or 12th quarterback, people bitch and moan about it. But when you compare 32 quarterbacks in the league, it has to be the right fit. But Carr on the Raiders was a fit. Carr on the Saints is not a fit. You know what I mean? It's just not. He doesn't do what they need to do in that offense. And Jameis wasn't a fit, and obviously Drew Brees actually had the arm, and he was a motivator, and he could throw the ball anywhere, so it's like you got to find the right personality, to be able to attach to the fan base, and it just can't be anybody. Just because you were a top 15 quarterback on the Raiders doesn't mean he's going to give you the same production on the Saints. But I think most Saints fans, were like, damn, this is not good. You overpaid for a guy. You were better off drafting a quarterback rather than paying money to Carr, in my opinion. And Amber may agree with me on that, but I feel 90% of Saints fans don't like Carr, and that number might even be higher, so see, exactly. And if I had Carr on Tampa, I wouldn't want him either, and I thought that he did a decent job on the Raiders. They never had an offensive line, but what did they have? Josh Jacobs, Darren Waller, and then they had Devontae, and then obviously you have a couple pieces on the defense, like Max Crosby, but not enough. But that offensive line, besides Colt Miller, there's nothing there. Carr was able to scramble and have those top tier weapons play with him, and in the right type of scheme. Then he ended up going to the Saints, and yeah, you got AK-41, but he was suspended for the first 4 games, and you got Olave. But again, the chemistry and the team, it just wasn't a fit, I don't know, man. It's just like sometimes you can be talented in one place, but when you go somewhere else and you don't feel the vibe or the hole the right way, you're like this outsider. You're trying to conform to be a Nollan Saint, but you're not about that life, That's just my opinion, and some people will agree, some people will disagree, but I think Carr was a huge mistake, for the Saints. Dennis Allen isn't a head coach. He's a coordinator. So that's what they need to figure out as well. If Sean Payton was still there and then Allen was the coordinator, things would be so much better. Allen should be fired. Like I said, I'm a Buck fan. I want the best for you guys. I'm not a hater wanting the Falcons and Saints and Panthers to be dog shit. I want you guys to be good. I want the NFC South to be one of the best divisions in football. I don't want to be the shittiest division in football. I want us to be good. It's usually the NFC South, AFC South. But now AFC South, one dog shit team, right? With the Tennessee Titans. But now they got 3 up and coming. Texans, Fire, CJ Stroud, right? Then you got Trevor Lawrence on the Jags. And then you got AR, obviously there with the Colts. So the pick is in. And anytime the Saints want a big player, they always pick some rando name from some rando college. That's like, oh, we're going to pick this guy from LSU. Never happens. Oh, we're going to pick this big name player. Then they end up picking some guy, Will Johnson from whatever bullshit school, SMU. And then every Saint fan fucking, starts beating each other up in the streets, and it starts a fucking riot, and everyone starts drinking and smoking and is beating the shit out of each other. Right. Tell me I'm wrong, Amber. I mean, every draft is a disappointment for the Saints because they always pick someone that is never expected. At least that's how it was when you had Sean Payton there. But we'll see what happens with Dennis Allen running the ship. I want our division to be cooking. I root for you guys. I got more Saints fans and Falcons fans and Panther fans that root for me and ride or die for me than Bucks fans. Bucks fans don't fucking exist. I'm like the only one on planet Earth. They're never on YouTube. You know, name other Bucks YouTubers or Buck fans that are out there. They don't fucking exist. I don't know what they do in Tampa, if they just get drunk and they just watch it in front of their big screen TV, or they go to the games, but they're not on fucking YouTube. Here it is. Here it is. I know the pick. And Saints fans are just going to go fucking wild here. I'll let you. I'll wait for it to come up on the board, but I already see the pick on mine because I'm ahead of everybody. I might have the fastest stream out of everyone. I'm watching PFF stream right now. Right. We got an offensive lineman from Oregon State. All right. And again, another player that Saints fans have no idea who they are. I live in Oregon. I know who it is. Right. Just like a Peyton Turner. Right, where you're like, okay, you're picking a guy that's supposed to be team fit, but every once in a while, do your fucking franchise a solid and pick someone from fucking LSU or the SEC, right? Or pick someone that actually is well known. But nah. What do the Saints do? They always pick some rando motherfucker that nobody knows except for someone like me that lives here. You know, I know the picks that typically go down or the lower name guys. You know, who the hell wanted Peyton Turner? And yeah, if it works out, great. But as far as that excitement, people are not about that life. Fuaga. But again, they did need offensive line. But again, it's not like the probably top, name at offensive line that they could have went for. They always go for only the hardcore people will know the name. Like every year the Saints do it. I don't understand why they can't make their fan base happy once in a while. And a lot of times, if you go for team fit, it better work out. And a lot of times it doesn't, but at least they can get them right once in a while. Like when you got Olave, you knew that was going to work out. Oh, he went to Ohio State. Ohio State actually makes good wide receivers. Good. Now you get this Fuaga guy. And I guarantee 99% of Saints fans are like, who? Boo. Now there's a riot in Nolens. They're beating each other up, Now they're like, oh, the Bucks are going to win the fucking NFC South again. I hate this team. I'm going to boycott, Trust me, the Saints fans are just losing their shit right now. Even if this guy ends up turning into Pro Bowl, All-Pro, they're still pissed today, And I feel bad for him. I want them to be happy. So I think he is a good player. But the thing is, how often do you see an Oregon State player, drafted in the first round beast mode? Like it's one thing for Oregon, and I'm not saying Oregon State sucks. They don't. They've actually been getting better and better in recruiting. But when's the last time that you heard of an Oregon State stud? And again, I hope it works out for you guys. And I feel that that's the type of player that could work out on certain teams, but there may be teams that it doesn't really fit. And I hope to God it works for you guys. We got to represent Oregon. I'm a Duck fan, not a Beaver fan. But as far as representing Oregon, I want them to be able to pan out for you guys. So, no, Eagles haven't drafted just yet. We got the Colts on the clock. And this would have been Brock Bowers if he was still on the board, 100%. I mean, they picked him at 14, and like I said, if you actually look at what he is, he's not well known, obviously being on Oregon State, but I would recommend any Saint, fan to go on YouTube and go that particular route. The thing I do like about him, that I think maybe some people don't understand, 6'6", 334, right? So he's got the big size, and he can pancake guys, right? But again, it's not going to be something where, no one knows who the hell he is, besides people out here in the Pacific Northwest, and even Pacific Northwest fans, some may not know, you know what I mean? But again, I hope that it works out for you guys. But again, 6'6", 334, you guys needed O-line, and in their eyes, this was the best pick. But remember, this is Dennis Allen. If it was Sean Payton, do they pick this player? Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I mean, I feel that, I mean, he might have been drafted a little higher than normal, but, you know, it is what it is. But he is a big body. He's athletic. You know, he's a good player. But again, sometimes certain players are going to mesh with others, you know. And again, it's like, you know, how many Oregon State players do you got, you know, obviously on the Saints. So.
Even people who are skeptical about Cooper Dean and his ability to play outside corner. I'm staring right at you. You're the answer to the radio call for Cooper Dean. So now we can have a conversation about it. I think that with Gus Bradley as that defensive coordinator there, I love it. He gets to play off cover 3, gets to manipulate that space, gets to design the quarterback. It's perfect. It's exactly what he did well at Iowa when he was having a lot of success and still learning those week coverage. The only problem with this.
Yeah, if the Saints cared about making you guys happy, I 100%. I wouldn't have paid Carr the money. I would have drafted a quarterback, and I would have fired Dennis Allen 100%, because there's certain guys, you know, that are only coordinators. They can only call plays either on the offense or the defense. And when you make a guy a head coach, that role as being a role model and a leader and call plays, sometimes it's too much pressure. And some guys are just better off calling plays and knowing your role and shutting your damn mouth. You know, like some guys are just better at just calling plays. Some guys can't do both. And, you know, how many guys have we seen get promoted and it just doesn't fucking work, you know? And I want the Saints to be good. And I'm not even trolling right now. I want the NFC South to be respectable. I don't want to have our division to be like the laughing stock of the fucking NFL. It's embarrassing, you know? Yeah, you guys already made plenty of moves. So regardless of who the Eagles pick, you're good. And normally it's going to be like a Georgia player. So we're at 10, 90 to go. Like, sub, donate, comment, and help your boy out. Let's go. If you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. Help your boy out. We got 30 watching. Appreciate that. All right, we need 8 more likes to get to 20. So if you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. Yeah, but also, too, just because you pick a player from Georgia does not mean you're going to get the fullest potential that they had in college. Because if you go back and look at all those Georgia players, did every single one that you picked pan out? Not really. You know, some of them did, and some it's still a little early. You know what I mean? And you're getting it for depth. But, you know, the Eagles, I don't want to say they missed their window, but now you're rebuilding again. You had your chance at the Super Bowl, you lost, you know, and now you have to rebuild. You know, even as good as, you know, Jalen Hurts is, you're rebuilding again. Not a full rebuild like you're a shitty team, but you're having to make adjustments now. So. So far, best pick in the draft, Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. Unbelievable. Pick is in. Uh-oh. I know. This is a great pick for the Colts. Latu, UCLA. I'll have it before everybody else. PFF has everything before every other channel, before NFL Network, before ABC, ESPN, all the other outlets. They got like the inside information, like as soon as before, like pick is in, as soon as it happens, text message, boom, and Latu. And there you guys will see it. 6'5", 259. I'm telling you, these Pac-12 guys, you know, for everyone shitting on the Pac-12, we were the best conference last year in college football, right? For the first time ever, right? And now we're joining, you know, the Big Ten. Watch out, Big Ten. Here comes Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA. You know, we might not win right away, but we're coming. Oh, Hawks on the board. Hawks on the board. And again, if Brock Bowers was on the board, the Colts, I believe, would have been either neck and neck with Latu or Bowers, but I think that they probably would have been leaning Bowers if he was still there, just slightly. But they also had Latu. They high praise for a guy like that, you know, and they recognize that the Pac-12 still got some quality pieces there. Well, I already had it on the board even before I announced it, but I don't want to. Everyone's on a different mode right now. You know, everyone's seeing it on a different level. So. every stream or every location that you're watching is not on the same, like some people are going to see it, pop up, and they're going to have different breakdowns and whatnot. But we'll try to be all around the same page, Allowed to. Yep. We're gonna see some Huskies. Yeah, we're gonna see some quality players. Seahawks on the clock. And I hope it really works out for Fuaga, on the Saints. And again, even though it may not be a well-known player, hopefully it'll be like a Ramczyk, impact. You're going to want to solidify that O-line. Otherwise, Carr ain't going to be able to do shit to catch up to Tampa Bay. And then pretty soon, if the Saints, don't play good, the Falcons are going to surpass them. And then it's going to end up being Panthers at the bottom, Saints and Falcons battling it out with Tampa. And I still feel Tampa is at the top, until someone dethrones us. But I feel the Saints and the Falcons got to do a lot of work to get on our level. I don't feel that we're that much better. But like I said, if we win 10 games, these teams are going to be slightly behind. But we'll see the impact of Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix Jr. And depending on, what they do in the rest of the draft. And, you can kind of foreshadow. And depending on how good Kirk plays, it's possible the Falcons could win the division or get second place and leapfrog the Saints at some point this year, next year, the following year. But it should be a 3-team race for quite some time. Bucks, Saints, Falcons, and that's exciting. Yeah, Turner is sliding in the draft. Because Turner is sliding in the draft because I feel that they feel that there's more players in that position that they can get later in the draft. So, like I said, when they go best need, highest need, sometimes even though the highest need is offensive line, wide receiver, corner, sometimes they'll pick the second or third first, and then they'll go to the quote unquote number one need later. So you have to realize that too, that, sometimes draft stock will fall, based on injury status, based on intelligence, communication, there's going to be many, many factors, that they're going to be going through, but I am kind of shocked that Turner isn't off the board yet. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking too. I know Matt and Megan, want Jackson Powers Johnson, but I don't think they will go for offensive line. We'll see if Schneider ends up going D-line here, and maybe it's Dallas. We'll see where they go. But they have 3 offensive linemen. They have contracts that are either going to be up out of the 5. So you would think, hopefully, they understand that offensive line is a need, at some point in this draft, this year, next year, the following year. But also a big need is the defense. They're bad on defense, right? Reflect has the stats, right? And you'll look at the stats. The defense was not very good last year. So, going for an edge rusher and trying to get the best edge rusher in the draft, if that's available, that might be more lucrative than going for the number 1 center in the draft. Centers don't have value in drafts for whatever reason. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense, but that's just what it is. Guards and tackles and centers in certain drafts have value, but always guards and tackles get drafted higher than centers, even though I feel center is the most valuable position on the O-line. And most people would say left tackle or right tackle based on right-handed quarterback or left. But I like a guy that can call the protections. And if you have a good center and a good tight end, that will elevate you. But I think we'll see right here if they end up going O-line or D-line for the Hawks. Turner, Verse, or Murphy. Let's see if they get one of the 3. They need guard, center, edge, linebacker, safety. Let's see where they go. Guard, center, edge, linebacker, safety. Let's see who it is. Zay in the building. Who dat? What's good? Who dat gonna beat them Saints? Guard, center, edge, linebacker, safety. Seahawks team needs, at least initially.
Well, at least for 2 years. Okay, but that's the danger, right? If Kirk plays really well, okay, let me take that back. The danger in the Kirk, the danger with Kirk, if Kirk plays well enough, but not like insanely good over these next
Oh, I hope this works out for the Hawks. I hope you guys are happy with this pick, and I hope it ends up. I mean, there's a lot of good quality O linemen and D linemen that are there. Like how many D linemen did we really get? Like what was Latu the first one? So now you have a chance to get another edge or an amazing offensive lineman at guard or center. So we'll see, edge or guard or center. We'll see if that ends up being one of the first spots. I would not take a linebacker or safety with this pick. So.
Guarantees that he has 2 years minimum. Maximum. No, doesn't matter. What are they going to do?
Would you reflect if the Seahawks picked Latu? Would you have been happy? Do you like Latu? Would you have liked that pick on the Hawks? One pick earlier from the Colts. Would you have loved that pick, or is there other guys that you liked more from the names that you selected? Yeah, and if you're going to pick an offensive lineman, you need like Pro Bowl, All-Pro, Hall of Fame type of talent. You just can't have another guy. It has to fit. More, you need a D tackle presence or offensive lineman like a center or guard presence. Nwosu and Mafeng. Yeah, also health is a concern for those two. Halfway through the first round. It's been good. Like, sub, donate, comment, share on the channel if you can. Please support your boy. And let's see what we're at on likes on the stream here. If you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. If you're watching on Twitter/X, you have to do it here on this end. We need 4 more people to get to 20. 3 more people to get to 20. And if we can shoot for 20 to 25, that would be great. And then we're at 10. Let's try to get to a hundo. Geno Smith. And Geno's probably got another year or two before they decide to make a decision to, find a quarterback in the draft or get another free agent quarterback to compete with him or replace him. So. Oh, come on, Hawks. Please nail this pick in this new Mike McDonald, Schneider regime post Pete Carroll. I mean, it would be kind of be hard to fuck this up. So I disagree, Grim. I think he is good. I think he did prove himself. But again, when you don't have a defense and the O-line, it has struggles, again, it shows you it's more than just Geno, Kenneth Walker III, DK, Tyler Lockett, and JSN. Geno was a guy that was unheard of, unproven, good at West Virginia, went to the Jets on a shitty team, right? And then ended up, making a name for himself on the Hawks. So I actually think that he's kind of like a Baker Mayfield story where he might not be everyone's favorite, but he actually proved that he's much better than people want to give him credit for, like someone like yourself. I can tell that you haven't watched very many Seahawk games. So, anyone that has comments like that on quarterbacks that might not be top 5, it's okay if you don't have a top 5 quarterback. You can still have a quarterback that's number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and that's still good. Once you get past 16, 17 to 32, those guys are ass. All right, but the first 16 guys, those are usually pretty good, but they're not going to be necessarily, not everyone's going to be a top 10. But if you're 11 to 16, that ain't bad, Byron Murphy. So Dallas Turner or Byron Murphy. All right, and Byron Murphy was on a lot of mock boards on the Hawks. What do we think about that pick? What do you guys think about the Byron Murphy pick? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Because I feel like the tiers of like quarterbacks, everyone wants to be top 5, top 10, and then everyone, wants to be a hater if you're 11 or 12 or 13. And you start to forget there's 32 quarterbacks in the league. Once it gets past 16, then you get the guys that are average or just game managers or ass. But if you get a guy that's 1 through 16, that's what you want. Because if you're 10 to 16, you have hope in the right situation that you can climb from 16 to 14 and maybe end up being number 11. There's nothing wrong with being the 11th best quarterback in the NFL. So, but a lot of it is not all his fault. With Geno, it's like a lack of offensive line, lack of a defense. You know what I mean? So you have to look at it like that as well. Plus, playing in the division they're in with the Hawks and the Rams. Not easy. So what do we think? Do you like that pick or not? Reflect, Megan, you guys like that or no? It's an improvement to what you guys needed there. And obviously, just like Reflect said, they're not going offensive line. You know, Schneider does not like offensive linemen for whatever reason, at least early in the draft, which doesn't make any sense because to be a good football team, you got to have a good fucking offensive line. But also on the flip side, you have to have a good defensive line to be able to be a good team in football as well. So, you know, Dallas Turner sliding in this draft, but Byron Murphy, you know, the second was on many, many Hawks mock drafts. But again, no Jackson Powers Johnson. Maybe it will come to Tampa now at 26. So I feel that half of the fan base for the Hawks are going to love this pick, and the other half are going to be like, I'm okay with it, but I actually wanted someone else. So now it's just going to come up to, can Byron Murphy make enough plays to make this pick significant enough to make the fan base be proud of it? And so I think most Hawk fans will be all right with it because a lot of them mock draft hit that player. But again, you just got to pray that he doesn't get hurt and that he can be a force in the middle.
He's a prototypical three-technique size. You know,
Well, it just means that certain draft, you know, GMs will draft it later. You know, second round, third round, fourth round, fifth round, you know, instead of going first round offensive line. So. Exactly. See, sometimes you want a guy like, oh, I want this guy. He's good. He's good. He's good. And then depending on if they go to another team and another scheme, sometimes guys don't pan out. Now, would it have been different if he would have ended up going to Seattle? Maybe, maybe not. But, you know, like I said, that's why the draft is such a crapshoot. You know, you can be so talented, you know, on your college team, but that doesn't mean you're going to pan out on the NFL side. You might have to wait till your second or third team.
Rushers galore are there.
The Vikings just brought in Jonathan Bernard in free agency, Andrew Van Ginkel on the edge. I think they have a big corner need, so I'm guessing it's.
I think they got interior units.
But it shows you guard, tackle, center. Even though Jackson Powers Johnson, you know, may end up being a Hall of Famer like a Penei Sewell, right? And even though that maybe only a few people can see ahead into the future, if a guy like that can stay healthy, still NFL circles sometimes don't see value. You know, they overvalue or they undervalue, you know, and again, it's not just one person making the decision. It's like a boardroom. So some guys might want this guy, other guys want this guy, and then you have to come to an agreement, whoever has the most power. So Minnesota Vikings, Dallas Turner. So they get JJ McCarthy and they get Dallas Turner, who slid in the draft. And their defense stinks. So obviously that's going to help. And then now we end up having the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. God, I hope so. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's a lot of, you know, if you asked any other Buck fan on planet Earth on any type of comment towards the Saints, Falcons, and Panthers, it's pretty much like, fuck them. You know, they suck, you know, and then there's a bunch of shit talking back and forth. But I hope it does. But again, you know, last year was terrible. You know, that offensive line fell apart, you know, and again, it's like, other than Ramczyk, you need everyone on the same page on that offensive line for that offense to work. And if the offensive line isn't as good as the defense, you're going to struggle. And that's exactly what happened. You know, you had injuries up front on the line, and then Tampa ended up overtaking you guys. And even though you guys finished like second, you know, it wasn't that much, you know, over Atlanta. You know, it's like you want to be way above Atlanta. Now they got Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix Jr. Now you guys are starting to get threatened where you're going to battle it out, you know, 3 teams. But in reality, if things don't change with Dennis Allen, the Saints could finish in 3rd. And maybe that's what needs to happen to fire his ass, to get someone more competent, to make better draft picks, get rid of Carr's ass, and then you guys can get back to the top and be number 1 in the NFC South. And then, you know, because again, it's starting to look like it's going to be the Falcons and the Bucks, you know. Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix Jr., Bijan, Drake London, Kyle Pitts still need, and they got 2 really good offensive linemen, right? And then the defense stinks for the Falcons, but, you know, we'll see what they do in this draft, right? So the Saints were at the top, right? But again, now you're starting to see the tables being a little bit evened out. So, man, I hope so, but it was a disappointment last year. Man, Latham would have been phenomenal, Reflect, but way off the board, way soon. So Bengals on the clock. That was the most shocking pick in the draft, but I think it's the smartest pick in the draft. Who cares if you got Kirk Cousins? He's just coming off an ACL. He might not make it the whole year, right? And even if he makes it for 2 or 3 years, boom, Jordan Love waiting in the wings. Look how good that he looks. I'm not a Packer guy. I'm not necessarily a Jordan Love guy, but I'm a believer in that, because they always have athletic bodies in Green Bay. They have athletic running backs, athletic wide receivers, athletic tight ends. Now, could the offensive line, special teams, and defense be better? Of course. But they got Kuntz, they got LaFleur, they have the backbone, and them and Detroit are going to fucking punch each other in the mouth over and over and over again. It's just going to be like Paul and Tyson, bang, 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 over and over. So, Minnesota and Chicago, regardless of what they do on the draft, are going to be little brother, and they're going to be looking up at big brother for a long time. That really depends, Graham, with the Eagles. You have a lot of rebuilding to do. You don't have Kelsey. So obviously, you have other guys that can move into the center guard position. That's one thing about Philadelphia. They have a lot of athletic bodies that can play center guard, tackle. They can move guys around, right? So offensive line would obviously be a big need, and defense. You guys need fucking secondary bad. If you guys want to be able to compete, the secondary needs to be much, much better. So if it was me, then the obviously linebacking core, D-line can always use some more depth, but again, defense. But I would say offensive line, again, Jalen Hurts needs help. And then when you have Jason Kelsey retired, one of the best centers to play the game, you can have a replacement now, but it wouldn't hurt, to look at more offensive line moving forward. So. Yeah, Penix could start right away. You know what I mean? And he might get a chance. If Kirk gets hurt. But if not, he's in a best position out of any of the 6 quarterbacks, even if he has to sit for 1 to 3 years. Because when he actually gets his chance, he'll show you better than Tua, better than Michael Vick, and then we'll see if he's Steve Young or not. But I feel that was the best pick in the draft so far, in my opinion. Surprised everybody. Amarius Mims, Georgia Jr. to the Cincinnati Bengals. Eddie Lacy. Yeah. They've always had, athletic running backs, right? Amon Green, remember him? I have a fucking McFarland of Amon Green. Why the hell do I have an Amon Green McFarland? But he was pretty good back then. So, they always have athletic bodies, and they have that fast-paced offense. But again, if they want to get to a Super Bowl and win and get to an NFC championship and win, they need to focus on offensive line, special teams, and defense. That's what the Green Bay Packers need to do, because now they're looking at Detroit, and they'll be battling it out, for key positioning moving forward. Jackson Powers Johnson to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 26, please God, or Jared Verse. All 5 quarterbacks, Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, right? Bo Nix and JJ McCarthy will start right away, and they might fail and struggle, right? And then you got a guy who doesn't have to worry about it. No pressure. Going on to a team that might end up running the NFC South for years to come. And you got Kirk Cousins there, like the most rootable quarterback. If you watch the Netflix special Quarterback, the guy is an OG, dude. They drafted him in RG3. He's always been second fiddle. Yeah, could he be better in prime time? But a lot of it's not his fault. A lot of times it's the O-line, it's the OC, the head coach, and the defense, right? And, he's obviously gotten the most money for the least amount of production going long-term into the playoffs. Like, he hasn't won as many games as others, and he's gotten more money. I get it. But as far as Kirk Cousins, the man, that's why he's getting paid, is he's a good dude. He's likable. He's a team guy. He's a family man. He's a great father, a great husband to his fucking wife, and he's a great teammate. That's how you end up getting paid. And then you get guys like Cam Newton bitching and moaning, I'm better than Kirk Cousins, because you're an asshole. People don't like you. And you all just do this social media bullshit and have to bring people down. And you wonder why you're not in the NFL. It's like, you were good back in the day, but if you're going to drag people into the dirt and say that you're so much better, why aren't you in the fucking league? How you handle yourself off the field and on social media fucking matters. Why did T.O. not get a job after, he went through a good chunk of his career because he was an asshole, right? He was an asshole on the field. He was an asshole off the field. And then at the end of his career, when him and Ocho Cinco wanted jobs, guess what? Nobody was calling. If you actually handled yourself better, maybe you would have got to play another year or two. But sometimes if you're quote unquote extra, people don't like that shit. People remember when you talk shit. People remember how you treated them when you were in your prime. And then when it comes down to you getting old and you want that one last deal, they say, fuck you. Go fucking on social media, do your fucking podcast. And that, and that's what it's about. You got to be a good person on and off the field. Be a good teammate, be coachable. Don't drag people into the dirt, That's why Cam is in the league, Cam was a great player when he played, but he was better, I feel, in his head than he really was. Couldn't throw. He shot-putted the football. Now, he ended up being a great runner in the red zone. He was awesome at that, right? Okay? Hit you with the dab, but again, 15-1 MVP, but they didn't win. Why not? Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, case closed. So, and he never got back. You know what I'm saying? So remember, when you end up playing, you have to be a good person. And sometimes people are me people. And then social media people, they're selfish. It's about them and their brand, And if you treat people like shit, no one's going to call down the road. Right? I mean, he definitely was innovative. And he was a culture vulture, and the dab was the biggest thing, at that time, right? Just like the gritty is now with Jay Jetta, But again, other than, trying to show up the defense and dance and whatnot, it's all the shit that he did off the field, right? And all the shit that he said. That's the problem, and that's why Kirk Cousins sometimes got, maybe more money than maybe he deserved. But again, if you put in the work and you look at his touchdown to interception ratio and his stats, you'll be shocked on how good Kirk Cousins' numbers really are. So, and now he's got Bijan, right? Now he's got Drake London, Kyle Pitts, right? And then hopefully they'll end up drafting some more wide receiver help, get some more offensive line help, even though they got two studs on the offensive line. And that defense needs some fucking work. That's the one part that they need to work on is that defense. So, Rams are on the clock. The dab. But it's always hilarious when you see people dragging people. Oh, I should have made that kind of money. Oh, I'm better than Kirk Cousins. Oh, really? Because if you were, then you'd be in the league right now. Because no one believes in you. You're old. You can't throw. Your mechanics are garbage. You're injury prone. You're not fast anymore. And you didn't have a very good spiral. You shot-putted the throws. You threw to a location instead of throwing to the receiver. He wasn't really a natural quarterback. He was an athlete. He was a damn good one too, but he wasn't a true QB. He had a linebacker body, you know what I mean? But again, when you take too much poundage, no diddy, okay? At some point, it's going to come back to haunt you. All right, so right now, if you're the Rams, no diddy. I follow the hip hop circles. I know what's going on with Drake and J. Cole and Kendrick. I'm a big hip hop fan. All right, I know the beef and I know the rivalries. No diddy. Okay, we already know what's going on in that circle as well. So the Rams lost Aaron Donald. So obviously, at some point in this draft, they're going to get a D tackle, right? But we'll see if they end up getting someone like Jared Verse on the edge. I could definitely see something like that. But quarterback, tackle, D-line, linebacker, corner. And obviously all the quarterbacks are gone. So it has to be tackle, D-line, linebacker, corner. So it probably would make sense with no Aaron Donald there. No diddy. As long as Aaron Donald is not there, you're probably going to be looking at a D tackle or an edge rusher. So got to watch out for those people, man. A lot of predators out there, and it's not just, we've seen it with celebrities but I don't think anyone ever thought it was going to touch the rap game, and now it's showing you, it's one of those things. It's not just, celebrities. It's not just actors and actresses. There's a lot of terrible people that are out in this world, Lots of crazy shit that's going on that people don't know about, especially these people that got lots of money. Well, again, you don't watch Tampa Bay football. You watch the Eagles, so you know nothing about Tampa Bay. And in reality, Tampa will probably finish in first again. There's no way that we're going to finish on the bottom, and we finished in first last year. Yeah, hit the books, Grim. What? You just watch Eagle football and that's it? Come on, bro. Don't be jealous because we beat the shit out of you guys in the playoffs. And you guys had a great team, started off 10-1, and we didn't even have our full roster, and we beat the shit out of you. We were pretenders, right? We weren't contenders. We were pretenders, and we still beat the shit out of you. Stop it. You guys had your chance for a Super Bowl. All you had to do was get 1 sack lunch and 1 pick, and you couldn't even do that. When I ended up going and playing Chiefs in the Super Bowl, what happened? Mahomes didn't even throw a touchdown pass. We won. You lost. Get on my level. 2 Super Bowls, 2 wins. You just got eliminated. Finish him. Fatality. Know who you're stepping into the ring with, my guy. Tush Push couldn't even save your ass. No did he. Oh, you fell apart more than the last 4 games, my guy. You fell off for 2 months. And then we kicked your ass in the playoffs, and you guys look pitiful. You had your run. Now you have no Kelsey. Tush Push can't save you, my guy. No did he. And and the coaching wasn't good either. And like I said, it shows you. And who switches out their coach or coordinator, like during the season? Like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? Exactly. And hopefully we get some justice, from not only celebrities, actors, actresses, people that are in the music game, the rap game. It's like, people get all the money and then they feel that they can treat people any way they want because they have money and they have the power. It's just sickening, man. Two Super Bowls, 2 wins, my guy. If you want a real defense, right, you look at Tampa, right? Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch, Rondé Barber. You've never had that, okay? Mike Allstott, you've never had that. Jared Verse to the Rams. Great pick by Sean McVay. Fantastic. He's going to be a great fit. No Aaron Donald. Boom. Bring in Jared Verse. I'm a little jealous because I wanted him on my team. But now I can maybe get Jackson Powers Johnson. Fantastic pick. It's all good, man. Like I said, if you want to go to battle, you got to go to battle with someone that's an idiot, not someone that reads and watches film 6 hours a day, every day. Okay. And not just my team, all the teams. But you know what, though? All kidding aside, I hope the Eagles get better. Like I said, out of all my Super Bowl predictions, like no lie, I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in like 20 years. And the 1 year I pick you fucking idiots, right? I pick you fucking guys to be able to beat Mahomes. The one time I go against Mahomes, besides the Bucks, right? Beating them with Brady. The one time I go against Mahomes, you guys can't even get 1 goddamn pick and 1 sack lunch. Jalen played great, but your defense was dog shit, and then you guys lost. If your defense just could have played a little bit, you guys would have won the Super Bowl. And that was the first Super Bowl I got wrong in like 20 plus years. So I will never forgive you guys for that. No, I appreciate you, my guy. I hope you guys end up being great. I love Jalen. I love the players that you got, but it shows you like how good you can be. And then in just a matter of a few weeks, like how things can come crumbling down. I don't think I've seen a crumble, and we ain't talking crumble cookie. I haven't seen a team crumble like that in a long, long time. But that doesn't mean that you guys can't get back. Look at the division that you're in. Cowboys, they fuck up every year. Giants, terrible. You know what I mean? So even though there has been some disappointment, right, you guys can still get back and end up winning the division. It's just about, do you want to be a Super Bowl contender, or you just want to be a playoff team that's kind of a pretender like the Bucs were last year. Like, you know that you're not going to make the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, but you can get to the playoffs. So, all kidding aside, I do want the Eagles to play well, and their fan base is very passionate. I got a lot of Eagle fans that support the channel. You know what I mean? But again, if you're going to climb in the ring with Ali, you got to know what you're getting yourself into, my guy. Don't make me Ryan Garcia, you. Okay? Don't make me bust out the Ryan Garcia. Okay? No, I do appreciate the AEW shirts. Mucho. You're my guy, dude. You know that. I appreciate you times 1,000. Yeah, and it shows you how important coaching is. Coaching is so underrated. That's why I tell people, when we look at, the overall product, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling is more important than quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Everyone in social media, they want to pump the shit where it's only about the quarterback and the running back and the wide receiver and the tight end, but it's false. Those are the least important. If you actually have a great O-line, great D-line, defense, coaching, and play calling, you can have average players at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end, and they will turn into good players because of the other places of players where they're at on the roster. The coaching will make it better and the supporting cast will make it better. But it seems like most people think you have to have elite quarterback, elite running back, elite wide receiver, elite tight end, or you're dog shit. And that's completely false. So, and I am rooting for the Eagles to get back, to being where they were. So, and again, you guys got the Super Bowl with Slick Nick Foles. Should have had one with Jalen, lost to the Chiefs. But again, if you can find a team other than the Chiefs to play, that's when your guys are going to win. That's how it's going to go down. Find someone other than the Chiefs when the Chiefs have a down year or they get beat by someone, right? Just like if the Niners would have ended up playing the Ravens, who knows? Ravens could have won with Lamar, but maybe the Niners would have won finally. The Chiefs are going to be a thorn in everyone's side until the big three break up. Mahomes, Kelsey, Andy Reid. So great pick by the Rams with Jared Verse there. Yeah. Yeah, but Cowboys, you already know they do the same shit over and over. Commandos always fail. So even though the Eagles might get their heart broken, when you look at the roster, right, by default, like if you had to pick a team that's going to probably do well, you're going to be picked at the top every year by most non-fans of the Eagles. Cowboys sometimes will be up there, but that they're not going to win in the playoffs. And if the Eagles get a wild card that year, they might go further. Right? And then the Giants every 4 to 5 years make the playoffs, but they normally don't do anything. They don't got Eli anymore. And then the Commandos, what can you say about them? And they're in a full rebuild. So I don't think so. I think the fan base is extremely passionate, and obviously throwing snowballs at Santa, obviously is not ideal. The fan base likes to drink and talk shit a lot, and they're very passionate. I get it, but again, I don't know. I honestly feel, for me, if I had being an NFC South guy, if I had to watch, any of the 4 teams in the NFC East, right, which used to be the NFC least that turned into the NFC beast a couple years ago, I would rather watch the Eagles than any other team in that division. Cowboys are fun in the regular season, but if you want to, play like dog shit in the postseason, like the Eagles have a better chance of winning a playoff game than the Cowboys do. They got to get rid of Jerry. They got to get rid of Dak, right? They got to fucking rebuild, and again, and it seems like Jerry is never going to sell the team. And if he ends up passing away, his sons are going to keep driving that team into the ground because they only care about money. They don't care about winning. They keep fooling the Cowboy fans thinking that they're actually going to get to the NFC Championship game. And every single year, Dak plays good in the regular season, shits the bed, and nuts up in the post. So it was just unfortunate that you guys had the collapse because you should have beat Tampa last year in the playoffs. But again, that's what happens when you go 10-1 and then you hit a wall, right? Then you make a coaching change. Everyone starts talking shit to each other. A.J. Brown and Jalen, everyone's beefing with each other, right? And then everything crumbles. But again, you guys can bounce back faster than the other 3. Eagles might be hated by some, but they're entertaining and fun, and they got badass jerseys. So you guys will be fine. Well, you know why the hate was there is because you guys were 10-1, and then you ended up going to the Super Bowl the year before. You know, it's like people, are getting sick of seeing you guys there. You know.
He's going to play left tackle. I can say he's going to play left tackle for Steelers because or right tackle.
Troy Fautanu. Ooh, Fautanu. Troy. All right, Steelers. And if you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. Thank you, Megan, for helping out. There we go, baby. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Help your boy out. See where we're at on the likes here. We need 2 more people to smash the like button. 1 more person, and we get to 20. So if you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. Help your boy out. Wentz was going to win the MVP, Ryan. So remember, you're a Charger fan. So you got to pump the brakes, remember. You've had Herbert, you had Eckler, Mike Williams, you've had Keenan Allen, you've had fucking Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Derwin James, Asante Samuel Jr., and still haven't been able to get to that point. So remember that too. Carson Wentz, even though he's not good anymore, he was going to win NFL MVP that year. But they had a good enough supporting cast, picked up Jay Ajayi, and then Nick Foles did the unthinkable and ended up winning the Super Bowl. And I ended up picking the Eagles to win that Super Bowl big. That was the first year on my channel. Everyone was talking shit to me saying I was crazy. And I said that they were going to win by 9 or 10. They were going to win big, and they did. And I've had credibility from Eagle fans ever since. So remember that as well. Not everyone can be the New England Patriots or the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, the year that Foles stepped in, Carson Wentz was going to win MVP. Went down with the injury. Then the last couple games of the regular season, Slick Nick came in there, dominated, and then dominated in the playoffs. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that necessarily, because if Wentz would have won the Super Bowl and stayed healthy, maybe they would have won more than one. Maybe the legacy would have been different. You don't know. You know what I mean? It's like coulda, woulda, shoulda, but, we don't know that. I like the Fautanu pick for the Steelers because the Steelers' offensive line sucks ass. So at least a Husky gets to go there and to at least do something. All right, Dolphins on the clock.
So we're going to find out Bill's a liar. Yes. Dane Grubler, we have officially a liar. A liar. How could I trust him? How could I trust him? I love it. Miami's in an interesting spot as a team.
Justin Fields.
They had like a little all-in.
Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. That offensive line has just been terrible with Pittsburgh. So far, best picks in the draft for me, Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons, number 1. Jared Verse to the Rams, number 2. I like those 2 picks so far the best. Comment below what you guys think that the best picks were, unless you want to go for just your player that you picked in the draft. But if you want to look at it from an outside perspective, give me the best pick in the draft so far in the first round, whether it's a pick that your team picked or just something that you like that you see in the draft. Yeah, I think I would rather go with Fields starting over Russ as well.
I think the Queen Mitchell is better than most of the names that they can, but did they believe that they have made the investment? You can see what you guys all take Queen Mitchell. Who would be who?
I would say I'm playing more man. It's probably on. Yeah, there's teams that would have that should take us. Take Terry and Article. They just should take this.
I he plays because I love everything about him.
I'll tell you one team that reposts that Miami does not. Well, that's the team who's picking next. Well, because
We're getting closer.
SEC team.
It's been a crazy draft so far. Shout out to all the people watching on Twitter/X as well as YouTube. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys very, very much. I mean, bottom line is, the Kansas City Chiefs are the Kings, and we're just living in their world, and until Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, and Patrick Mahomes split up, it's just like New England, with Tom Brady and Gronk and Belichick. It's going to be very difficult to be able to beat teams like that. So we can all bitch and moan. We can talk shit to each other. But at the end of the day, there's only one Super Bowl winner. And hopefully, for all our team's sake, that we all can end up having the feeling of being a champion one day or another. And I want the Seattle Mariners to win the World Series. And I want the Oregon Ducks to win a Natty before I die. I got to have that.
But this is about the time that, teams, their draft boards,
But it's also the time that we're talking about
Nice.
the playoffs a year ago. So just gets to be, and there are, we'll see.
What do you think about Kyler? Is he going to be there long-term or short-term? What do you feel about Kyler Murray and the Cardinals? What's your feeling? What's your gut telling you? Is he going to be there for a long, long time, or are they going to move on from him at some point?
Or do you think they are, wow, okay, Dolphins pick us in, and it is in fact speed, but it's not a wide receiver, it's
Chop Robinson to the Dolphins from Penn State.
Started a conversation with Miami saying, I didn't think they were going to take an edge because the three edge rushers are off the board very clearly. Chop Robinson was still on the board. He was some guy that they wanted because
Eagles pick is next. Graham.
they need somebody there.
Graham, have you got a chance to watch a lot of WWE and AEW lately or no? WWE right now is king, but I still want to end up watching the Ospreay Bryan Danielson match. Sounds like that was one of the best matches of the year on the AEW side, but a lot of their superstars are injured or not wrestling on a weekly basis like Kenny Omega, so they're kind of falling behind in WWE terms, but I'm still a fan of wrestling overall. So Celtics should be able to make it to the finals as long as they don't fuck up, but they're not beating Denver. You guys don't have anyone to match up against the Joker. You got Porzingis, but his defense is terrible, right? So you got Tatum, you got Brown, you got Porzingis, but again, you guys are still missing depth on the bench, and you don't have enough big man presence down low. So at some point, Boston will win a championship, but I highly doubt it's going to be this year. That's just me being honest. Like I told you before when Boston got far and I told you they were going to lose and you were crying to me saying, no, they're going to win. And I told you, no, they're going to lose. And they did. They're good. But again, the West is a different type of caliber, especially when you end up having, a player like that. Now, if Giannis and Dame, were healthy, that would probably be the only team in the Eastern Conference that could match up to Denver. Giannis going against the Joker. But until you get a big man that's built like Giannis or the Joker, you guys aren't going to be able to overtake them unless the Joker gets hurt. So I would be highly shocked if Denver doesn't go back-to-back this year. That's just my personal feeling. So nothing against Boston. I think they're fun to watch. But again, it's like they have some pieces, but they don't have enough defensively, and someone to match up to the Joker. The Joker is unguardable.
what's the last thing you saw? Or what is the thing you always see? The last thing Miami saw was calling up.
Yeah, and again, the consistency factor worries me with the Celtics. Like they should be able to beat a lot of these teams in the East easily, but it's like sometimes they play great, and I'm like, wow, they look great. They're going to the finals, right? And then other times I'm like, what the fuck did happen? Like, it's like they play the opposite of how you think they're going to play, or they get into foul trouble early, and it's like you want to pull your hair out, And as good as Tatum and Brown are, they still need that third piece, that Draymond Green type of guy. They need someone, or like, a Giannis. They need that physicality, or that big guy, emotional leader, and they don't have it. That's what they're missing, that Ben Wallace, Dennis Rodman type of player. So reflect with a $5. I appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, a little Cactus Jack, bang, bang, $5 holla. Appreciate you.
I mean,
rooting for the T-Wolves. I mean, Anthony Edwards is really, really developed in the last couple of years. Super fun to watch. But again, when it comes down to experience and guys that can play as a team, I don't think there's a better team in the league than the Nuggets. And Jamal is severely underrated. But again, Joker is so good. He can put up a triple-double in a quarter or a half without even trying. And again, unless you have a player like Giannis to match up, you're fucked. And obviously Giannis being hurt, that's why I feel that, if the Nuggets make it to the finals, no one's beating them. They'll win in 6. Like, sub, donate, comment, share, baby.
So the other thing I think that's sort of under talked about is we've talked for years about how nickel corners and slot receivers are becoming full-time starting players. A situational passer, I think, is becoming a bigger, sort of closer to a starting role than it ever used to be. There are a ton of NFL players that play like 2.5 times the number of passes.
I mean, I'm not biased, right? I call it how I see it on all sports. I have nothing to gain to be biased about anything. Like I said, I'm a hugest Duck fan on planet Earth, and my favorite quarterback for the last couple of years is Michael Penix Jr. So if I was biased, I'd be like, Bo Nix, Bo Nix, Bo Nix. Fuck everybody else, But I ended up going with the player that I thought that was the best, So, I mean, if that doesn't show that I'm not biased, I don't know what does. Because I don't think there's any other Duck fan on planet Earth that would say what I said, that Michael Penix Jr. is better than Bo Nix and he's the best quarterback in this draft. If I was biased, then that's not being biased. So, but Denver, if you look at the way that they play, the way that they're coached with the experience, Jamal and all the supporting cast, they know what it takes to win. And again, the Joker is the most unguardable player in the league right now. Like I said, they don't have an answer for him. Giannis, obviously is amazing. You know what I mean? But again, sometimes Giannis gets to be in this like ball hog mode, and if you got a guy like Dame on the team, you got to be able to be a team player. You can't be selfish. And I feel with the Joker, he is the most unselfish player in the league, and he can still get 30, 10, and 12. Giannis, it's like he needs more shot attempts to get that number. And I feel that sometimes he leaves out his teammates to get his number up. We already know Giannis is amazing, but for them to be able to take the next step, he needs to take a step back in his own game and work harder on defense and rebounding and getting the ball to the role players. If he does that, then the Bucks are going to win the championship with Dame. If not, Dame is gone, and then they're not going to win. They can make it to the finals, but then they can lose to the Nuggets. So. Oh, JPJ ain't going second round. Tampa Bay, baby. Tampa Bay, baby. I got it. Jared Verse is already off the board. Tampa Bay at pick number 26. Jackson, Powers, Johnson. Dun 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 dun. That better happen. I hope so too. But Oregon fans are biased, right? You know what I'm saying? I haven't heard any Oregon fan besides myself that's hardcore that, and again, and that's why I feel that you and me, even though you're a Husky fan, you gained a lot of respect. We both have respect for each other when we're looking at players, because it's not about the name on the front of the jersey ever. It's never been that way. It's always about the name on the back. Even if it ends up being the rival and it makes people sick to their stomach to admit it, most people can't, If Michael Penix Jr. was on the Ducks, maybe we go to the Natty. And, we go further than what we did, but again, some, Bo Nix fans who don't want to hear it, Chief will Chief, thank you so much. I have a bill to pay in like 2 days, and I was praying to God that I was going to get like $30 to $40 in Cash App between today, tomorrow, and the next day. Thank you so much, Chief will Chief. You are the man. Because sometimes you need to be able to pay bills, and I only get paid once a month, on the YouTube side. So, now I can actually pay my bill, and we'll see if we get any more Cash App before the stream ends. And then hopefully we get some on Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow, we're going to do rounds 2 and 3 here, and I'll watch the Mariner game at the same time. Go M's. Tridents up, and then I'll do Saturday night's game against the Diamondbacks, and my buddy's going to be there. I'm super excited for him. He's going to end up going to the game Friday, Saturday, come back Sunday with his dad. And he's going to get the Ken Griffey Jr. turn back the clock jersey with his dad. And then they have like a neon throwback hat for the other day. So Chief will Chief, baby. Let's go. Chief will Chief. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. $25 hara. Helping O-Dog pay the bills. D-backs are good, man. You know, they're going to be up and down, you know, but I mean, Corbin Carroll, amazing. You know what I mean? It's like they're up and coming like the Orioles, and I like that. But, you know, as long as the Astros keep sucking ass and then me and the Rangers, you know, Mariners and Rangers can battle it out, yeah, I'm all about that life. We're at 40, 60 to go. Let them know. Thank you, Chief. Full Chief. And the Eagles, they pick Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, and they need corner. Yeah, well, also, I've been following the Mariners since like 85, and even though I look young, I'm fucking 41. I'm going to be 42 in like a week. So I got good genes, baby. And we ain't talking Jinkos. Even though I did wear some back in the day. D-backs are sweet, dude. I love watching them. They got Eugenio Suarez, Corbin Carroll's from the Pacific Northwest. A lot of, you know, Mariner fans, you know, they don't mind the Diamondbacks. Because, again, it's either going to be Dodgers or Braves if you're a top dog. But if you're not a top dog, Phillies and Diamondbacks, they don't have to be in first place. They just have to be hot and healthy going into the playoffs. And they can beat the Dodgers and Braves. So, I mean, you know, you have to understand how baseball works. You don't have to be the best team in the regular season. You just have to be the hottest and healthiest team in the playoffs. So, all right, Graham. Hey, good luck to your Eagles. I love you. Thank you for the gifts from the past. Come to the streams a little bit more often, and I'll definitely be rooting for you in anything that you do in life, my guy. I appreciate you very, very much. My guy Graham, you know, ended up sending me a couple Kenny Omega and Young Bucks t-shirts. I'm a big AEW fan, and not a lot of people will go out of their way and send me stuff, and that really touched my heart, and it was really sweet that you did that. I appreciate you very, very much, man. You're a G, and I love you, and I appreciate you, and fly, Eagles, fly, my guy. Stay blessed. Come back sometime. Hang out with me, okay? We miss you.
So more playmakers with Trevor Lawrence, and then the fourth you're talking about, Trevor. They bring in Ronald Darby, Tyson Campbell's in the last year of his contract. More depth there.
Stay blessed, my guy.
He's not a long-term play. A couple key positions, I think.
People that go out of their way for me, I never forget that type of stuff. You know, it really is extremely special. You know, especially when you know, having to pay things off and, you know, getting into a situation where you owe so much and, you know, you can't buy anything for yourself. And, you know, Odin's son sometimes will send me wrestling figures and whatnot. And, you know, Grim send me a couple shirts and, you know, and that was the second and third AEW shirt. I got a Kenny Omega, you know, with his face image on, but then he ended up sending me another Kenny Omega and a Young Bucks. I've wore the Kenny Omega and, I don't think I've worn the Young Bucks one yet. I think I still have it in the closet. I'm saving it. So take care, Graham. You're the man.
He's got the athleticism part of the job. There's no doubt about that.
I do wonder if someone like Johnny Newton's in play as well, because I know they added Armstead, but they still don't really have an impact pass.
I got a message, Chief here. I'm not sure if he's in the room or not.
The whole pass rush is still basically Josh Allen, not much else.
This is so Terry on the Arnold for me. I don't know why. I'd be stunned if it's not coming off.
Yeah, again, I think so too. I really do think so too.
We go back to Quinyon just for a minute. Quinyon Mitchell going to the Eagles in that fit. Remember James Bradbury last year? I think he was one of the biggest keys to their Super Bowl run in 22.
Yeah, Grim's the man.
The biggest keys to their defensive.
Like I said, I get along with, you know what I mean? The people that I get along with, sometimes they won't get along with other fan bases, but like Saints, they hate Buccaneers. They fucking hate. I'm the only Buccaneer fan the Saints respect and I'm like friends with, right? Eagles fans, you know, they don't get along with Cowboy fans and Giants fans and Washington fans. And sometimes they don't get along with other fan bases, but I get along with the Eagle fan base. You know, like I understand them, the passion and whatnot. Sometimes misunderstood. I get it. You know what I mean? But I got mad love for Eagle fans and Saints fans. And a lot of people can't get along with those fan bases, but I can, you know, and I got mad love and respect for both of those fan bases. They definitely heavily support me. And it's cool to be able to get supported from, you know, fan bases that sometimes are, you know, misunderstood, sometimes hated, you know, but I don't have any hate in my heart for them. He got charged. He's got to pay like a shitload of money back and prison time. That was in the news, I feel like a few weeks ago, like 3 weeks to like a month and a half ago. Like he ended up getting caught, you know, obviously, and then went to court and then has to pay back like $500,000 or like $1 million from all the shit that he stole. And then, you know, restitution and then, you know, jail time and all kinds of shit. So. Yeah, look up the story. They already I think he already went to court and they charged him. Like he did all the crimes, then he fled, and then we heard about it, and then it disappeared, and then they finally caught him, and then he went to court, and then he got busted. So his life is over. No, did he? Or maybe did he? We got Jags, Cowboys, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Jackson, Powers, Johnson, baby. Team needs guard, center, edge, DB for the Jags. Terrion Arnold to the Jags. We'll see if that happens. Wow, Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver. Wow, from LSU. They're trying to get something for Trevor Lawrence. Interesting. I don't know if I would have picked him.
He was the consensus wide receiver 4, right? So there's the big three that have already come off the board. The consensus wide receiver 4 is Brian Thomas Jr., 19 on the consensus board. Goes here at 23. So that's
I wonder where Troy Franklin's going to go.
Big guy, big threat, deep threat. Don't think he's a polished and all-around receiver. Some of the other guys. Sam?
We need 2 more people to smash the like button, and then we'll be at 20. 1 more. If you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. We need 1 more to get to the goal.
But I think there's a lot of concern that he is very much a one-trick pony at the moment. And the question is he ever going to be more? Like, you can't teach the things that he's got down to that size, the 4.3 speed, but 75% of his yards with no grabs and hitches, right? That's quite one-dimensional. The offense there obviously put him in a ton of positions to succeed. There were, you know, scout coach
Graham Barton or Terrion Arnold, huh? Yeah, you take Barton and I'll get Jackson Powers Johnson for the Buccaneers. I'll be happy with that. You can have Barton. Now let me get Jackson Powers Johnson at 26 because I wanted Verse or him. And I wanted Jackson Powers Johnson 1, Verse 2. Verse is already off the board to the Rams. Fantastic pick. And now we have to wait and see if I can get my dream to come true here. And very rarely do I end up having like my dream pick come true in a draft, but we'll see. Let's go, baby. Still a lot of good wide receivers, Ladd McConkey, Troy Franklin. So it shows you if you're going for wide receiver in the first round, there's a lot of, you know, hit or misses. So you can actually get a quality guy late in the first round, second round, third round, fourth round that might be able to put up first round numbers depending on who the quarterback is in the system. So, you know, and I get it, you know, for picking a guy like Maserati Marv or Neighbors, you know, I get those picks, you know, for the Cardinals and the Giants, but that doesn't mean that guys that got picked after them can't be as successful. Wide receiver draft is pretty deep.
So is Jacksonville's offense, is Press Taylor and Doug Peterson, are they going to be more willing to just be a vertical shot offense, to really push down the ball down the field a lot? Because if they're not willing to do that, then...
And if you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. Shout out to all the people watching on Twitter/X as well as YouTube as well. Yeah, you just got to be able to find the right fit. And of course, with the Chargers, you're going to need running back. You're going to need a couple wide receivers. You got to look at tight end. Obviously you got some offensive line help now, and then you got defense. You need defensive depth. More guys on the D line, linebackers. Secondary, and then hopefully the injury bug will go away for you guys. But again, you got Harbaugh there, so even if it might take a year or two to kind of get things going, to get his players on the roster. But if they give him 4 years, and Herbert is still there, there's a good chance that you're going to make the playoffs within 4 years. It just might not make it this year. It might have to be Harbaugh year number 2 or year number 3, but we'll see. It all depends on if you can mesh together. Team needs running back, wide receiver, tackle, center, D-line, linebacker, corner. Cowboys need it all. And there's rumors that they're going to try to bring Zeke back, but that ain't going to solve the problem. Again, you got a lot of issues there. It's not the same offensive line that they had when they had 3, Pro Bowl, all-pro offensive linemen in Zeke's rookie year, So we'll see on what direction that the Cowboys go here. But if you go Barton, then let me get Jackson Powers Johnson, because you're not going to, we'll see what direction that they go. Good size for Barton, 6'5", 313, but I don't think a lot of people watch Duke games to really know how good he'll be in the NFL. I mean, the only person that we know really from Duke is Daniel Jones. We're at 40, 60 to go. And hopefully we can get at least one more person from the Twitter/X side to come and jump into the YouTube room, or someone on the YouTube side that hasn't smashed the like button just yet to make sure we can get to that number. Still one away. We need one person to get to the number. There we go. We just got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We're at 20. Let's try to get to 25. Would be easier to say Cowboys need everything. Yeah. I'm just going based on the PFF board and what they put up. So, it's like, okay, either, sell the team or don't sell the team and just let people have control and don't, hold the strings. Jerry Jones shouldn't be bigger than the head coach. Like, Jerry Jones shouldn't be the face of the franchise, right? And again, we know that Dak can play good in the regular season, but if they ended up getting a coach that they would just let coach and then maybe getting a quarterback better than Dak, maybe they would actually be able to win a couple playoff games and get on a run. But again, if they keep repeating themselves over and over, it's going to be heartbreak for Allen and any Cowboy fan that keeps watching that team. It's like Jerry is still controlling the strings, even though they have a guy that supposedly is the head coach that makes the calls but doesn't, right? Dak is a great quarterback in the regular season but doesn't play good in the post. How many years of that are you going to handle? And eventually what happens if Dan Quinn leaves? You tried to build up that defense, and if he leaves, then you're going to have to start over again. And you got Micah Parsons, but it shows you need more. So they have pieces, but they don't have a team. But with that being said, they can still win 10, 11, 12 games. But again, Allen doesn't want a great regular season team. He wants a great postseason team. I don't blame you, dude. Yeah, Jerry loves power, and that's why it's only about making money. It's like when the players work out, they have an area where the fans are watching. They shouldn't do that. Let the guys work out privately. And that's what makes me think that, they don't care about winning Super Bowls. They care about profiting every year and making money, selling jerseys, selling beer, selling merch. They're making it like Hollywood, like you're going to a movie at like IMAX or the Sphere. It shouldn't be like that. Some things need to be private. If you really want to win, they're trying to make it like like this big event, like Ozfest. You know, they're trying to make it like, you know, like a big concert, like Coachella. It's not fucking Coachella. It's the Cowboys. You know, act like it. Act like it's the Cowboys, not Coachella. You know. Yeah, he's the only owner that is like more of a face of a franchise than any other owner in sports. Not only football, but just any sport. You know. Lions just traded up. They're going to go Terry and Arnold. Cowboys trading the pick. And if the Lions get Terry and Arnold, this would be interesting. They need it. Cowboys moving down.
Now, I will say this, though. You know, Frank Ragnow's gone through, you know, some injury. And they're now having to start Graham Glass now. He's older as well. They don't have Jonah Jackson anymore. They signed Kevin Zeitler, but Kevin Zeitler.
What a fun draft.
Graham Barton is also a Detroit Lion type. Oh, yeah, he is. I don't know. I feel like that could be.
Traded down, and we'll see how far they traded down, you know, to see where they're at. Looks like they went, how many picks down? 1, 2. They went down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks. So. And then did they get anything other than that pick? Did they get an additional pick on top of sliding down? Like, what did they get? They must have gotten an additional pick, another draft pick or something. What's the news on that on the internet? Someone look that up. Cowboys for Life, Allen. What did you guys get in compensation for going down and trading down? Did you get an additional second, third, fourth rounder? Yeah, defensive back, they need it. And we're 1 sub away from 20,180. We're only 21 subs away from 20,200. And then let's see how many views we're away from 4 million. We're getting there. Let's look. And it looks like we're about 56,000 views away from 4 million. So obviously that'll take a little bit of time unless, you know, something ends up getting big views, right? But eventually, at some point here, we'll be at that 4 million view mark, and then we'll do something special once we get to 4 million, and then we'll do some kind of giveaway or something. Extra third-round pick. Ooh, that's good. Damn, that's good. But we'll just hope that you guys hit on that extra third rounder. I was thinking it might be a 5th or a 6th, you know, or a 4th. Damn, you got a 3rd. That's good. Hopefully, you can hit on that pick. Nice. I mean, especially if they weren't really sure, you know, on who they wanted, and no one really, you know, flashed off the board, you know, like, oh, we need this guy. Then fuck it, trade down if you're not sure, you know, and then collect another pick and try to get depth. And you guys need depth out of all the teams in the NFL. You guys need some help. So, extra third rounder.
To move down 5 spots, that's it. That is I think, a hell of a deal for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, you don't really hear people giving up another third round pick to only go down 5 spots. That's ridiculous.
Firing, you know, shots into that secondary, and for me, it's almost as much of a culture pick as it is anything else. Terry Arnold, if you watch him play, one of the most intense, like all in, just, you know, loves football, understands.
Let's see if they go with Terry and Arnold. This would be the smart pick for the Lions because they need DBs. You know, you can always use DBs, especially if you're going to be going against Jordan Love, and then you got Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy, which I don't think anyone fears him, but you know, you're going to have a lot of people throwing the football, and you're going to need more depth. And we saw the potential that the Lions had, but you still can get more pieces there. Terry and Arnold to the Lions. Perfect fit. Even more perfect than, you know, if the Cowboys were looking at that spot right there. This is very, very interesting. Another Bama boy. Jahmyr Gibbs. Boom. Next year, Terry and Arnold. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Ben Johnson, right? Penei Sewell. The Lions are going to be really, really good for a really, really long time. And again, in fantasy football, I was big on the Lions because I knew, you know, and sometimes you got to see, you got to see what others don't see a year ahead. And if you can see that a year ahead, then you can get a jump on a lot of people in fantasy. Green Bay on the clock. Are we going to get DB Cooper? Cooper DeJean on Green Bay? That would be interesting. Graham Barton, center. That would be interesting as well. Green Bay on the clock. And then Jackson Powers Johnson for Tampa Bay, baby. Oh, yeah. Detroit, if I had to put money on it, depending on the health of Goff and the team, and if they can keep that structure of that team intact, it's very highly possible in the next 6 years that we're going to see Detroit in the Super Bowl. They may not win, like if they go against the Chiefs, but it's very likely that the Lions get to a Super Bowl and maybe a couple more NFC championship games within the next 10 years. But within the 6-year period, it wouldn't be shocking if the Lions make 2 NFC championship games and make at least 1 Super Bowl appearance, whether they win or lose. And maybe they could make more than 1 Super Bowl appearance. Maybe they'll make 2, win 1 and lose 1. It's possible.
Last year, they loaded up on draft picks. This year, they're willing to give up to go get 1 player. So I think the Lions are willing to play the board at a big time.
All right, Green Bay and Tampa Bay. Carlton Davis from the Bucks.
Which is probably like the last weakness that Detroit had to figure out this offseason.
Right. Yeah.
Detroit's going to be good, man. And Carlton Davis sometimes gets burnt, right? But on that team with Detroit, he'll definitely push, and he'll make some plays. Sometimes he'll get burnt, but again, I think the greatness that will be around him, with Aiden and company, it'll bring out the best in him. And obviously, we still got to think, Niners, Chiefs. There's still going to be certain front runners, but you can definitely tell the teams that are on the cusp, that might end up dethroning the Niners or Chiefs for a Super Bowl berth. So, and hell, the Lions almost got there, But it's really, really hard to get, to a Super Bowl when it's like your first time. Like, when you're just getting there and you're really young, sometimes it's tough to be able to overachieve and then just get there, I mean, unless you end up having a top-tier defense, and we know the Lions' defense isn't good. Once the Lions' defense is good, top 5 offense, top 5 or 10 defense, that's when they're going to get to a Super Bowl and possibly win it. Packers offensive line. Jordan Morgan, that's a surprise pick for a lot of people from Arizona. All right. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Bucks. Jackson Powers Johnson, Cooper DeJean, DB Cooper. I'll take another corner. But if I can get a center, that's really important. Jordan Morgan. And I guarantee most Packer fans are probably booing that pick. That's not exactly what they thought was going to happen, but hopefully it works out for them. But it looks like Jordan Morgan's got some versatility. But again, it doesn't splash off the page, just like the Oregon State player going to the Saints. Most Saint fans are probably punching a wall right now, but if he ends up panning out, then who cares, right? Oh, baby, 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 baby. Let's go, Tampa.
Going to the Dallas Cowboys before. So him going 25, that's kind of around the range that I thought that he was going to go. Some people wondered if he was going to be a first rounder, but I just think the league really liked Morgan in his first. So I had him with the Ravens at just a few picks. Exactly. So then it's all right there.
So this is tackle.
Man, oh man, we're getting down to the wire.
Yeah.
So that's 6 tackles already went. This is number 7.
Long stream, 4 hours. Looks like that's what we're going to be at. And then we'll do rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. And then I'll end up doing the Mariners and the Diamondbacks at 6:30 on Saturday. Very excited about that. And the Kraken just broke a new deal to end up being on KGW and on Amazon Prime. So they get off Root Sports, thank God. And it'll be a lot more accessible to be able to watch in Oregon and Washington, which is awesome moving forward, to get away from, obviously Root Sports, which didn't really make any sense. And now it'll be more accessible on KGW Channel 8 here, as well as another network there in Washington, and on Prime, I believe, too. So pretty cool. You might like the pick, but I mean, it's not a splash player pick. If you asked a lot of people who's Jordan Morgan, 90% of people have no idea who that is, unless you're a hardcore, fan. All right, Bucks team needs running back, tight end, guard, center, edge, linebacker, and corner. Cesar Ruiz at 24. Yep. Oh, baby, baby, baby. 9-8 record.
Not really a good option left on the board, even with Chop Robinson not there. I really do want to trade out of this pick.
They want it, Chop, huh? They don't.
No, I don't.
Don't trade out of the pick, damn it.
One of the top rushers could get to them.
From a consensus board standpoint, Chop Robinson was 27. And then the next head.
Oh, baby.
Where's the drop off from the consensus?
If they really want a edge rusher, I would be so shocked if they pick one.
This is
either one or a trade.
Yeah, this is all.
Chop Robinson. I know a lot of people are looking at him too.
Literally anything for the rest of the first round would be surprising.
Yeah. No, I guess wide receiver is a sneaky need for this team.
That AD Mitchell, Lad McConkey can play. There's two guys in the slot, Ricky Pearsall, Roman Wilson from Michigan.
Yeah, so get that Jordan Morgan up there already. Jesus. ESPN sleeping. Tampa Bay on the clock. They say best available, Graham Barton, Cooper DeJean. Are we going to get the Jason Sehorn of this generation, but better? Or are we going to get Jackson Powers Johnson just to make me happy? Give me a duck instead of a dookie, okay? A Blue Devil. 6'5", 313. Give me Jackson Powers Johnson instead. But I'll take Barton if they give it to me. Give me a center. I need it. Graham Barton to the Bucks. I wish it was Jackson Powers Johnson instead, just to keep the duck vibe alive. But hey, as long as he stays healthy, All right, Graham, you better do it. Jackson Powers Johnson better not turn into a Hall of Famer, or I'm going to be pissed. All Pro, Pro Bowl, and then all of a sudden Barton goes to the Bucks and tears an ACL in like game number 2. Oh my God. 6'5", 313. He's got great size. Still, give me Jackson Powers Johnson instead. I didn't get my duck, but hopefully it works out. Oh, baby, baby. Right position, wrong player for me, but as long as he, fits the scheme, I'll be fine with it. 6'5", 313 senior. I'm not sure if I really like the pass block, run block, zone block grading on PFF here, but we'll see.
Anything that you need him to do, that's a valuable guy.
An extremely underrated part.
Lots of Seahawks fans wanted Barton. What do you think about him? Did you watch any tape on him at all when you were going through some of the processes of potential picks? Do you like him, or do you think that Jackson Powers Johnson's going to be a better center in the league? You think Barton's going to be better than Jackson Powers Johnson, Reflect? Or do you think they're both going to be good? Or do you think they're both going to bust? Like, what's your take? Thanks for the like on the stream, Reefer Boys. Yeah, I think Jackson Powers Johnson's better too. But, I'm not the one making the decisions though, right?
But equally, we've had a bunch of scenarios recently where we've come out of these mock drafts with Arizona.
Byron Murphy II. He can play all 3 downs. He can rush the passer, anchor, or be disruptive in the run. Rush for TDs, catch them too. Investing in the trenches.
There's a lot of really good players for offensive line. Like there's a bunch of interior guys to fix that.
Right.
They have a select-
It just would have been nice for me to get excited to get a duck on the, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but they had Barton and Jackson. What is Jackson Powers Johnson on most boards? Is he the second center? Where do they have him on most of the boards? Number 2, number 3 center? Since they had Barton as the number 1 center, where do they have Jackson Powers Johnson on most of the lists? Reflect.
I would be a great pick for them. Also, they've talked and beaten a couple of times throughout the process.
Hey, I like that game. You want to read their defensive tackle depth chart. Go ahead. Interior defensive line. Hey, sure. We've got Justin Jones.
Cardinals are on the clock.
Dante Stills, LJ Collier, Kyrus Tundle.
All right, let's write down Johnny Newton.
Johnny Newton.
I think
Might be
it's
the guy.
going to be Johnny Newton for this team.
Well, plus you got Dan Quinn moving off. Dan Quinn was notorious for wanting smaller guys on the field, more safeties, more smaller speed.
Oh, you're talking about Gallup. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, but I
1-2 center.
Right now.
So Barton was 1, Jackson Powers Johnson is 2. And if I'm going to go based on what Duke did in college football and what Oregon did, and the Pac-12 being the best conference, go for Jackson Powers Johnson. Unfortunate, man. And what happens if Barton ends up getting hurt and Jackson Powers Johnson turns into Penei Sewell and he ends up being Pro Bowl, All-Pro type of player? I'm going to never forget this day. I mean, what are the chances that Graham Barton is going to be All-Pro, Pro Bowl type of player? Like, honestly. Like, when's the last time a Duke player was good? Daniel Jones isn't good. I know that's a quarterback, but I don't know. Oh. I hope it works out, and I hope both are good, but damn it. I would have loved to have. I mean, if Jackson Powers Johnson would have got drafted to the Bucs, I probably would have bought a jersey. I probably would have invested in, I haven't bought a Mike Evans jersey yet. I would go Mike Allstott first because I got defensive players only. But I'd probably go Tristan Wirfs and Jackson Powers Johnson. I would have bought both of those at some point. Obviously, I can't afford to do it now, but damn it. But again, if Graham Barton pans out, then no worries. It's fine. But if he doesn't and Jackson Powers does, I'm going to be livid. Come on, ESPN. Fix your shit. Darius Robinson.
Yeah, on film I did it.
ESPN is slacking. Chief, what's good, brother? Thank you for the dono. I sent you a message on Instagram. I was really happy that someone did that too because I got a bill due in like a couple days, and I was gonna need like $30, on Cash App or 35 between today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And you hitting with the 25 really helped out, and hopefully we get some more Cash App today, tomorrow, and Saturday to make sure I can pay that bill on time. But thank you so much. All right, off to dinner. Reflect. Take care. I'll be here back tomorrow for round 2 and 3. I'm still waiting for ESPN to update their fucking page. I'm refreshing, but for whatever reason, they're still sticking on this Tampa Bay pick is in, which is finally they put up the Graham Barton. Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Chief is like, I'm going to make sure that your bill will be able to get paid. Thank you, dude. Chief with another 25er. Thank you, man. And again, when I get paid on YouTube, it's only once a month. So anything I make now is until next month. And as you guys know, when you have bills, I can't wait till next month. You have to pay the bill on time the month that you're in. So thank you, dude. Man, thank you so much. Chief is a real one. Chief with another 25er, making sure I can pay my bill on time. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, a little cactus jack, bang, bang. Thank you so much. And obviously I had to borrow money to get Paisley's dog food. She was running out, and dog food is like $80. So everything, that's coming in is going to go towards bills and Paisley. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much, dude. You know, it's like I hate having to borrow, you know, and have to pay back. But sometimes I get put in that position when all my donos are super chat and I don't get enough Cash App throughout the month. So I got to make sure that Paisley eats and the bills get paid on time. So no one wants their phone to get turned off or their internet bill not to get paid, you know. And then hopefully down the road, I can resubscribe to my Hulu subscription. So I had to cancel that out. So thank you, man. You're the man. And hopefully ESPN can get kind of up to speed here. Someone went to go take a dump or something, and they are always slacking. Like when I do Mariner streams, like they always get to a certain point where like someone goes to the bathroom or something, and then you have this like lag and this delay, you know, like on the picks. Like the picks at first were coming in super fast, at least on the PFF side, but on the ESPN, I get it, the servers and the network, but it's like you should at least be able to put it up while the pick is being selected and not being like 2 picks behind. Next up, the Buffalo Bills here. Finally, it looks like they got caught up. Chief will chief, baby. I didn't get my guy. I picked a center, you know, supposedly number 1, but I would rather go for a guy that played for Oregon to help Bo Nix, and I know what he is as a guy and as a man, rather than going for a guy that's on Duke. You know, like what is Duke good at? Basketball, and they're not even good at that anymore, right? So I don't know. You can be a good player from Duke, but I hope to God that guy doesn't get hurt or is a bust, because if Jackson Powers Johnson turns into a Penei Sewell and turns into a Hall of Fame player, and we passed on him for some motherfucker on Duke, I'm going to be pissed. So we'll see. Yeah, especially with no Stephon Diggs going to the Texans, getting, you know, Worthy would be a potential pick. They also need defense as well. Yes, I would have rather had Jackson Powers Johnson or Cooper DeJean. You know, I would have rather went that route. You know what I mean? I don't know. They did it because he was number 1 ranked, but it's like if you watched how Bo Nix played, you think that he would have played that well if we didn't have a good center. You know, those things go hand in hand. So I'm a little disappointed, no lie. You know, we picked the guy, the position I wanted, center, the wrong guy, you know. But again, if he ends up being a Pro Bowl, all-pro guy, fine. I'll shut the fuck up and I'll be like, okay, Tampa, you did a good job. But it doesn't feel like a Tristan Wirfs, Antoine Winfield Jr. kind of pick where we hit it right on the head. It doesn't feel like Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, the only team in the NFL to get 2 Hall of Famers on defense in a draft in a single round. That was Tampa, Sapp and Brooks, right? Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr. I don't have the same feeling with this pick. So I hope I'm wrong, you know, but he was a number 1 rated center supposedly, but he went to fucking Duke. Who the fuck did Duke play? You know? Who's the best player that's come out of Duke? Daniel Jones? He's ass. So I'm not really loving the pick right now. I'm a little jaded right now, as you can tell. I would have been much happier going to Cooper, you know, and getting the great white hype. It's the first white corner since Jason Sehorn. Do you guys realize how big this is? It's all a bunch of brothers out there dominating that position. The great white hype. Cooper, DB Cooper. I would have loved to have that in Tampa. I'm very interested to see where he goes. Oh, yeah. No Packer fan is going to be happy with that shit. You know, when you're going for just like a bland pick, you know, it's like, how many people actually knew who that player was? Only the people in the Pac-12. And if you're hardcore, you know, but if you like are just like an occasional college football fan, you don't know who the fuck that is, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to get a pick swap here. I wonder if they're going to try to, you know, move back just a little bit. But Buffalo doesn't have a 3rd-round pick right now.
And if you have a Twitter/X account, do your boy a solid and like and retweet the stream if you could. We got 34 people watching. I appreciate that. Chief coming up big tonight as the number 1 donator. I appreciate that so much, man. Oh, Chiefs on the clock here. Traded with the Bills. They got their eye on someone. Is it Cooper? Are you guys going to go for the great white hype? Or are you guys going to go for Newton? Oh, Chiefs. Yeah, DB Cooper did jack the plane. Yes. out here in the Pacific Northwest. Chiefs trying to go back to back to back to back to back. And the league runs through the Kansas City Chiefs, whether you like it or not. Until Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, and Andy Reid break up the trio, they're going to be the front runners every single year. No more L'Jarius Sneed. Cooper, DB Cooper would be a perfect fit. Wide receiver, tackle, D-line are the needs. But you could also go corner, too. Wide receiver? Wide receiver would be kind of sexy, too, right? What happens if they went for Xavier Worthy or, a player like that? But the offensive line would be smart, though. Left tackle would be really smart. There's going to be some sexy picks, but wide receiver, there's a lot of wide receiver depth in the second, third, fourth, fifth round. D-line would help with, Chris Jones. Chris Jones would be nice, right? But left tackle would probably be the smartest pick for the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, Donnie Mitchell. Yep. I mean, whoever the Chiefs pick, it's going to be a money pick. Yeah. And the left tackle pieces that you might have been looking at aren't necessarily there, But there definitely is some talent here. I mean, it's a dream come true to play with Mahomes and Kelce and Reed. Like, you go on to the team and you know that you could be a starter right away and might win a Super Bowl in your first year. How many people can say that?
So I would now be absolutely petrified if I was Buffalo. I cannot believe they just did this. Xavier Worthy is more than just 4-2-1, right? That's what he's being known as right now. Fastest guy ever run the combine.
Xavier Worthy, I said it. See, there you go. I told you they want speed like Tyreek, right? And again, he's a little undersized. He's only 172, but I always had in the back of my mind that if he was sitting there, that the Chiefs would be looking at a player like him, like a Tyreek speed kind of guy. And I think a lot of Chiefs fans were saying the same thing, but probably didn't think it was actually going to happen. And now you get a fucking speedster. A DeAnthony Thomas, Tyreek kind of clone, a small 6'1", 170, 72 pound, receiver that's just got blazing speed to go down the field. Donations through Cash App is preferred, just because if I need to pay bills, again, because Super Chat is great, but most of the people do Super Chat, so, and there's some people, that are overseas that can't do Cash App, but if I had a choice between Cash App or Super Chat, I definitely would do Cash App as the preferred. So that way I can actually take care of my bills and take care of my pup, so I can buy food and, make sure I take care of her. But if, someone doesn't have a Cash App or a Venmo, of course, Super Chat is very, very appreciative as well. So I love the pick. What do you think about it, Chief? I love it, dude. Right. His size is thin, but again, it's not like he's going to be running into linebackers. He's just going to be going deep. He's like gimmick receiver, like a Tyreek. He's not going to be as buff as Tyreek, but you're just looking for speed as a decoy or to stretch the field, right? And if he's got good hands, you had a problem with drops. Rashee Rice in trouble, might be suspended for a certain amount of games, so you need someone to fill in. So boom, you get a guy like Worthy there. He'll put on some weight, right? Mahomes, right? The rest of the guys, Kelce, right? They'll be in there in the weight room, okay? They'll be doing it. And by the time the season starts, it wouldn't surprise me if he gains 10 to 15 pounds of muscle. And then if he ends up being, instead of 172, 180 to 200, over like a 2-year period, he can gain that weight and muscle. Oh, they're money, dude. They're money. Patrick Mahomes throwing to someone like that. And then if Rice, doesn't go to jail or gets cut from the team, Rice on one side, Worthy in the slot or the outside. And then you got Kelce. Woo! Size is going to be a thing, but it's not like they're going to run him into the middle of the field to get fucking destroyed. They'll have him on the outside or in the slot going deep to stretch the field, and that'll open it up for Rashee Rice, open it up for Kelce, and open it up for Pacheco and others. So I actually really like the pick. I know he's undersized and thin. They said the same thing about Kevin Durant in the NBA. He turned out okay. So sometimes guys that are thin, it's all right. You can put on 10 to 15 pounds of muscle. And then if you go from 172 to, 175 and then 180, 185, 190, I'm not sure if he'll get to 200, but if you go from 172 to 192 in 2 years, and then if you go from 172 to 185 in his first year, 13 pounds of muscle, and you work out, he'll be just fine. And plus, if he runs past the corners, it won't matter. He goes deep, and they just throw it as far as they can, and he catches it, boom, touchdown. You know what I mean? He might get blasted from a safety or a corner once in a while, but as long as he doesn't, get helmet to helmet, he'll be good. I like the pick for you guys. And maybe the Buffalo Bills were looking at Xavier Worthy, and they wanted to jump that pick, so I like the pick, dude. Now, would Xavier Worthy work on any team? No. But again, in this situation, perfect. Even better than the Bills. Bills would have worked out as well with no Diggs, but this situation, he doesn't even have to be the number one receiver. You literally could be the fifth option. Just catch the damn ball. Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney, all those motherfuckers that were dropping. Now you got Kelsey, Pacheco, Rashee Rice after the suspension. Boom. Now you got Worthy. I love it. Great pick. You could have picked Troy Franklin there also. There's a lot of other wide receivers. Like any receiver you pick, money. But again, you can get guys that are a bigger body, right? But what's one thing that the Chiefs want? To spread the field and stretch the field, right? And be a decoy. That's what he does. Those other guys are going to be bigger, and they can't do that. He's the only guy that's got that undersize, and they are used to it. Pacheco, a little smaller. Tyreek, a little smaller. DeAnthony Thomas, a little smaller, Tyler Guyton. What do you think about that? 6'8", 322 from Oklahoma. All right, my screen is, hold on. I got to fast forward it here. There we go. And the thing is that it was rumored Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs, I feel like right after the bowl game, with Texas and Washington. They're like, at least I was thinking that. I was thinking, you know what? This would be the perfect fit on the Chiefs because they like DeAnthony's and Tyreek's and that, Pacheco's. And just because you're short doesn't mean you can't gain weight. And again, every receiver that they have will do a different role, and it's a specific role that he's going to have. And they're not going to run, drag routes and post routes and, crossing routes right in front of a linebacker for him to die. They're going to stretch the field with his ass. We might see actually Patrick Mahomes go deep like they did with Tyreek. They haven't really had the deep threat since Tyreek left. Now they got one. Tony Khan wear a neck brace? Yeah, because he got beat up.
He needs the most development of any first round prospect. Unless there's somebody coming out, I don't think there will be. He needs the most development of any first round prospect.
Yeah, and Hollywood gets injured a lot, right? You know what I mean? So again, you can bring in guys and you just want guys that can catch the fucking football. And there's a lot of receivers, and then some of the other backup tight ends and the chief players. The Chiefs can pretty much win with anybody at running back and wide receiver, but you feel better to have someone that can complement Travis Kelce. Rashee Rice did that, but then his dumbass got in trouble with the, speed racing in the crash. He might be suspended 4 to 8 games. So now you need someone to fill in for him. And then when he comes back, then this might be a Chiefs Super Bowl all over again. They might run it back. So I get it, your fear. And the thing is, if Xavier Worthy went to just any team, I would fear the same thing. God damn, he's too small. 172, Jesus Christ. I used to weigh 270. I'm down to 188 now, right? It's like 172 is fucking thin, pencil thin, right? But again, they can't hurt you if they can't catch you. Remember that. Yeah, and he hasn't thrown deep at all. I'm waiting for him to go deep again to excite the fans,
But we said there are a lot of offensive linemen that were going to go in this draft. Just didn't know exactly.
And obviously Xavier, Leggett, 6'1", 221, bigger frame, but you don't really need that. You already got Rashee Rice, you got Kelsey. So again, they're strategizing. They're trying to be able to find the, not the biggest body, the biggest athlete. They're looking for the guy that's got the fastest speed to take the top off. You know what I mean? Maybe a guy to run a reverse, a jet sweep, guys that could just go deep. I like it, man. Well, hopefully he can stay out of trouble. You know what I mean? It's like the Chiefs always have these players that we start to fall in love with them, like Kareem Hunt. They fuck up. And then, what happens if Kareem Hunt never got fucking in trouble? Kicking the chick in the fucking hotel room on the fucking video. Like he could have won some Super Bowls with the Chiefs. You know what I mean? But the Chiefs know how to reload. And again, Leggett would have been, the perfect fit normally, for most teams. But again, he can't blow the top off speed-wise, like that. So. Yep. And when McColl left and then came back, but again, you have to look at, what's going to be the mismatch. Mahomes, you can't stop him. Kelsey, can't stop him. Now, Tyreek, you can't stop him, but now he's on the Dolphins. Now they're just looking for a guy that can be a decoy, a guy that can blow off the top, and then a guy that can run reverses, jet sweeps, and to give you that speed on the edge and then going deep. So I really, really like that pick so far. I think out of the 3 picks right now so far, obviously Jared Verse to the Rams, Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons, and then Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs. I like those ones the best so far. Right. But again, if they used him like an idiot, like if he went to Buffalo and they were running like fucking crossing routes, he might get fucking injured and he'd be done in game 1. But if you know how to use a player and not put him in a position to get hurt, which I think the Chiefs are going to be smart enough, he'll be fine. So it's all about how you use the player, even if he is, light at 172. But again, like I said, can't injure a player if you can't catch a player. See what the Ravens are going to do.
There was a little bit of a reaction. I'm guessing they would have taken. Right where he was. Yeah. So they got additional picks. Most teams trade back. I'm going to guess most teams trade back and still get their back. They're taking a calculated risk. No, but they're only trading back when it's like, hey, we've got 2 or 3 players we feel good about. Yeah, we'll still get. And they have 2 lives.
All right. So my, you see it on the blinker down below, right there. Yeah, just $ORION and then capital NWSF. And then if you go to the photo, it'll be a picture of me and my pup. So that way I put that on there so that way everyone knows that it's me. So, not very many people are named Orion. So, but I appreciate that. Regardless if it's $1 or whatever you feel that you want to support me and my pup, it would be greatly appreciated. Nate Wiggins from Clemson. Yeah, but most people do the Cash App. I only do Venmo, or I bring it up. I think I've only had like 5 to 10 people ever do Venmo, but it's just, maybe it was easier for them other than Cash App. So let me look to see what my Venmo is. My Venmo, I don't use it often, but my Venmo is at and then Orion, ORION, and then hyphen MIKULEC. This is my first name and last name. So probably would be easier just to do the Cash App if you have Cash App. If you don't, I can type it out here on the Venmo here. But here, I'll put the.
I think that this is a really talented defender. But Sam, I can't remember. Are you really high on Wiggins? Because I feel like I had a conversation with you about just his overall coverage ability.
Yeah. Like as you said, if you just want a guy to go out there and cover, he's as good as anybody in this class. I think he's more versatile than Quentin Mitchell. I think is really good in off coverage and zone. Terry and Arnold have sick man coverage.
All right, that's the Venmo.
I think Wiggins like blended both. Can do either one of those things at a really high level.
And then
I think we're going to get concerned because he's over 6 foot. He's 170 pounds ish. You know, depending on what you think he is.
That's the weight theory. That's the weight theory. What do we do with it?
So he had 173 pounds on the combine to run his 4.28 or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
A week later, at his pro day, he was 182.
Oh.
10 pounds in a week. After he
And then that's the cash out. I know it's on the ticker, but there it is in the chat. So
a week.
You want to slim down to your run fast.
Yeah,
But you also want to show that you can carry weight.
his play weight's that high 170.
Right. But the point
all right, we got 2 picks left. We got Niners and we got the Bills. Great White hype joining Christian McCaffrey and then going to Cooper DeJean. My God, if the Niners get DB Cooper, holy shit. You know what's funny? The Bills were probably going to pick him. The Bills were probably like, we want Xavier Worthy to replace Diggs, and then the Chiefs were like, fuck you, we're going to grab him. Wild. It's like the Cowboys wanting Dallas Goedert, right? And then the Eagles swooping in and getting Dallas Goedert.
size, which is the biggest weakness for him, right? Is the fact he's been relatively lightweight, slight build, not as big as some.
Yeah, you were on it. You were on it, Chief.
Not as big a concern for him as it has been for some other small corners.
You know what's interesting is
And then also, too, with make him puke Ayuk, you know, there's been some speculation that maybe he'll be there, maybe he won't. So if you end up getting Xavier Leggett, right, then that's another guy that could replace, you know, make him puke Ayuk or, you know, having another addition. But I think there's more of a need than that. You know, obviously offensive line, offensive tackle, corner, wide receiver, center, offensive guard. So I think offensive line would probably be more, you know, more of a need, but we'll see. We got 2 picks left. Chief is like, my phone's at 5%, baby.
This offseason, and there's Ronnie Stanley.
He said, you too cool for school, bro. Chief, thank you so much with your 50. Man, it really, really helps, man. Like I said, the last thing I hate doing is having to borrow money to be able to pay a bill and then just wait for Cash App, hopefully, to come, you know, and, you know, I have certain people each month that typically do Super Chat, and I have another certain group of people that specifically typically do Cash App, and then some people that do both. Like Mr. Williams will donate twice at the same time. He'll do a Cash App and a Super Chat at the same time. So, but I don't expect everyone to do something like that. It just depends on what your financial status is. So. Bills traded their number 10 pick to Kate. Yeah. But again, also too, if you don't have Travis Kelce and Andy Reid there, Mahomes is probably not Patrick Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes, you know, you have to have the right supporting cast, Bieniemy, you know, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid. You know, I'm not saying that Patrick Mahomes would have been a flop, but he might not be the Patrick Mahomes that we know today if he didn't end up on the Chiefs. If Patrick Mahomes got drafted by the Browns, we're probably not talking about him today. You know what I mean? Like, he might be good, you know, but he might not be as good as he is, you know, with what we have with the Chiefs. So.
Yeah, right now the wide receiver room looks like Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, Ronnie Bell, Danny Gray.
What if Buffalo flipped 32 to the 49ers and the 49ers close out the first round with back-to-back picks?
back-to-back receivers.
Yeah, for Brandon Ayuk.
Wide receiver here for the Niners.
Buffalo for Brandon Ayuk for pick number 32.
Oh, okay. When you said flip,
Yeah, I didn't know what you're talking about.
Shout out to all the people watching on Twitter/X as well as YouTube. But one thing is for sure, Matt and my boy Justin and any Bronco fan got to be excited, you know, with Bo Nix. But again, remember, you know, it may or may not pan out because you got to look at the Denver Broncos supporting cast. But at least for today, excitement, right? You know, but it might be the second or third team, like a Baker Mayfield situation. But hopefully for Bronco fans, it works out immediately. But as far as today is concerned, joy. Well, I think that, you know, handling losing to the Chiefs is something that you can handle it or not handle it. It's just something that's going to happen. They're fucking good. You know, they're built really well. It's like Niners are the cream of the crop in the NFC. but they can't get over the top unless the Chiefs don't make the Super Bowl. If the Niners would have played the Ravens in the Super Bowl, which it looked like that we were going to get that matchup, the Niners would have won the Super Bowl over the Ravens. But if you keep, having to battle it out with the Chiefs, you're not going to win there, unless you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, baby. The only one to beat the Kansas City Chiefs with that elite defense. And we were able to hold them to 0 touchdown passes, baby. You're not going to see that ever again. 100%. Never going to see Mahomes throw 0 touchdowns passes in a Super Bowl ever again.
Receiver class has always been this, there's so many of them. Are we going to get any kind of run, or a team's just going to be comfortable waiting until the second or third round? So many.
The Niners have so many players making 18 million plus per year. I don't know if they can afford to have another Brandon Ayuk.
O-line and corner, but we'll see what they do here.
They gave in. They didn't trade it. I feel like they took it down to the wire. They took it down to left.
Mustard. There you go.
Is it?
Mustard.
Wow.
Cooper, the great white hype. They love the Caucasian players, baby. So not only do you get the great white hype in Christian McCaffrey, now you get the white corner, the first white corner since Jason Sehorn to the Niners. The NFC is in trouble. Unbelievable. I would have rather had him than Leggett also there. And again, they know that they can grab players, and they know the brothers are elite, right? Or did they trade back? Cooper. Or did they go Ricky Pearsall? Did they go Cooper? What's going on here? Oh, Niners went Ricky. I thought they went Cooper. Damn, they went Ricky. Ricky is solid. I know Matt likes Ricky a lot. Dejean? Oh, man. I thought the Niners were going to go the DB Cooper, the great white hype there for a second. So they went Ricky Pearsall. Florida wide receiver, underrated. Very, very underrated, and will do very, very well, there in San Fran. And then we got the Panthers here on the clock. Panthers needs everything. Wow, they could have had DB Cooper, though. That would have been huge. But to get a wide receiver with the whole drama with Ayuk makes sense. And, wow, great fit. Great fit for Ricky. Ricky, if he had a dream scenario, Ricky would go to the Chiefs or Ricky would go to the Niners, and he got his wish. Unbelievable. And an undersized guy as well, 6'1", 189, but will be able to run routes like a fucking madman. Wow. Unbelievable. Sometimes getting drafted late is a blessing. Let me tell you. And Jackson Powers Johnson gets disrespected, doesn't even get picked in the first round. Unbelievable. Unless he gets picked here. We should have picked Jackson Powers Johnson. Tampa Bay was dumb. You can run Ricky in the slot. You can run Ricky on the outside. And the Niners and Kyle Shanahan will find ways to get Ricky the ball, regardless if Make Him Puke Ayuk is on the team or not, or they trade him. Troy Franklin would have been a good pick for the Niners as well. But obviously they like the route running for Ricky. He's got a little bit of a dog in him. He's on the Gators. So, man, Niners fucking hit it out of the park with that one. Nice job, Ricky. I mean, if you're a Ricky, you're fucking thrilled. You're like the Chiefs, Niners, and you got it. You're either getting passes from Mahomes or Purdy. And then Bills trade their pick probably because they got pissed off that they didn't get their guy, right? They didn't get Xavier Worthy, so they're like, fuck it, we're just going to keep trading back. One 5-6-3.
We don't want to cut the Pearsall analysis, but yeah.
Well, guys, I just want to mention it's 6'4". That's the record.
1-5-6-3, Rifa. Man, I'm excited for Ricky. And the thing is if you never watched any Gator football, watch out. You'll see. And again, like I said, they can take no-name players or players that are kind of well-known and then elevate their game. When you got Kyle Shanahan, he can make anyone into a star. I would be fucking jumping up and down if I was Ricky right now. And I would be jumping up and down if I was Xavier Worthy right now too. Jesus Christ.
He could not have reached this year anymore. And I think if Pearsall was, again, probably a day 3 pick.
Oh, thank you so much.
And last, just one, I wonder if Buffalo is planning on.
Oh, thank you so much. And I need the dog food. Thank you, man. Thank you. Reefer, you the man. Thank you so much for your generosity and support. It means everything. Thank you so much, dude. Leggett. Panthers. Yes, it did. Reefer coming through to make sure I can pay back the dog food $80 that I had to borrow to make sure Paisley can eat. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, a little cactus jack. Bang, bang. Reefer coming through. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. It really meant a lot. It always does. Thank you, man. You're a G, dude. Thank you. And your boy grinds. I'm grinding every day. So nice pick. Finley, you like that? You like that pick? And again, they need help. They need a big body. The Chiefs and the Niners, they don't need a big body receiver. But you know who does? Bryce Young. They need fucking big bodies. They need like an A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf kind of body. And then they get a guy here in Leggett, 6'1", 221, exactly that type of frame. We need $10 to hit the goal. Let's go. If you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. Let's see where we're at. We need one more like to get to 20. If you haven't smashed a like, there we go. We just got it. Appreciate y'all. What are your favorite picks? Man, I grind, dude. Like you said, basketball, baseball, football, hockey, NASCAR, UFC, boxing. I read and watch film about 5-6 hours a day typically, especially during football season. And, I have to keep up on, and I treat every team that I cover, as if they were my own. So I don't cover just Tampa. I cover all 32 teams as if they were Tampa. And it takes a lot of effort, but I know a lot of you guys recognize that. Finley, you got it, man. You hit it, dude. And DB Cooper, obviously, tomorrow, and Adonai Mitchell. Look for those guys that go off the board in the first 5 picks tomorrow. And I will be live tomorrow. Instead of doing the Mariner game, I'm going to end up doing draft day 2, rounds 2 and 3. And then we'll do the Mariner and Diamondbacks at 6:30 on Saturday. But I will watch day 3, rounds 4 through 7. But I won't stream it. Comment below your guys' favorite picks in this first round. Speed, baby. I wish we got Jackson Powers Johnson, so I'm a little disappointed, but we did grab a center, and hopefully that bum ass from Duke will fucking pan out. We'll see. Man, oh man. Long stream, dude. 4 hours. I got to eat dinner. I got to take Paisley for another walk, and I'm committed to walking Paisley even when I'm tired. Hour and a half a day, and I've been exercising an hour and a half of walking every day for a year, and that's how you go from 270 pounds to 188. No fast food, no beer, no liquor, all the discipline, and your boy is here. Thank you guys for supporting me and supporting my dream. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much, man. Let's go. I'm exhausted. How about you guys? Long draft. But we'll be back here tomorrow for rounds 2 and 3. Chief will chief. Reefer. Thank you guys, man. Very, very much. Finley's going to sleep good tonight, and I think a lot of us are going to sleep good tonight. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for being loyal to the soil. 35 people in here. Yeah, there's going to be other channels that have more, but you guys are loyal to me, and that means everything to me. Thank you guys so much. Get some sleep, and I got to exercise and eat dinner, and I got to go back at it. If I'm tired, it doesn't matter. When you got a pup and it's your world, that pup comes first. And I got to make sure that she's healthy as well. So thank you to all you guys for coming through. and supporting your boy. I love you and appreciate you. And God, I'm tired. I got to be able to eat some dinner here and take Paisley for a walk. Thank you so much. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I'll be back here tomorrow for rounds 2 and 3 for night number 2. Please come and hang out with me tomorrow. And thank you again. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. And I'm out. Gang.